Hello, good morning, everyone. That's a little loud, so I'm going to sit back. Hi, it's so lovely to see everyone in person. It just makes such a difference. My name is Leisha Marcinishin, and I'm the Executive Director of the DCYF Oversight Committee. And we are going to jump in this morning and have welcomes from our co-chairs. So I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Diane Levy and Senator Claire Wilson.
Okay. All right. Can everybody hear me now? All right. Welcome all. So my name is Diane Levy. I'm one of the two co-chairs with Senator Wilson of the DCYF Oversight Board, and it's my joy to welcome us all together for what we've been calling a retreat to sort of refocus our group and to find a path forward that we hope is meaningful and concrete. I want to mention that we had to make a few changes because our initial facilitator, Dr. Michelle Majors, unfortunately got COVID this week. So in case you guys hadn't heard that, that is why we no longer have a facilitator with us this morning. So bless Leisha and Nicholas, because they just took off and ran with it and didn't let it sort of set us back, and we're going to have a great meeting anyway. But I'm sorry that we're not going to have Dr. Majors, because she was quite spectacular. I think she would have been excellent as well. So welcome all. I'm going to let Senator Wilson welcome as well.
I just want to thank everybody for being here, and first I want to thank folks who've been on the board for a period of time. I know for myself, this is my first in-person meeting that I came on in the land of Zoom, as many people did, and so to see people face to face, it's an awesome opportunity. And I also see folks up on the screen as well, and so I'm glad you're able to join us. And please let us know if you can't hear, or flag us down if we're not looking and you've got something you want to add, because that's really important. I just want to say, as a co-chair and someone who's deeply rooted in early care and education and all things that have to do with DCYF, this is such an opportune time for us as we think forward. I was a contractor when we were part of Community Trade and Economic Development, and then on the outside when we went to Department of Early Learning, and also when we went to DCYF. And so it's been 5 years and a wonderful time for us to reflect and then again move forward. So really happy to be here today, and looking forward to the conversation and discussion as we think about our roles and kind of what the opportunities are that lie ahead for us as an oversight board. Thanks, and I'm going to pass it back.
Good morning, Senator Wilson.
Oh, thank you, Representative Densky. There's reasons that we're all looking out for each other in this room.
Can you hear us now, Senator Warnick, or still difficult? That's better? Okay. All right, I think maybe we just leave the microphones on.
Yeah.
So that everybody can hear.
That's better. That's better.
Great.
Great. Well, thank you so much, Dr. Diane Levy and Senator Wilson. I know I'm super excited to be here. And you know, there will be some tech issues today, and we will just navigate them just fine to the best of our ability. So, but I really want to let folks on the screen and who are participating virtually know that at any time, if you cannot hear, we most certainly want to know that. With that, I want to give just a couple of overall broad notes. So this is an open public meeting. And as part of that, this meeting is being live streamed and it will be recorded. However, the retreat is also being deemed a special meeting. And that means at this particular meeting, there will not be public comment. So this meeting is a little different. Folks are most certainly welcome to join, but because this is a special meeting, there will be no public comment today. And also a couple other housekeeping items. We have food and coffee in the back. Restrooms are right through the door. If you need to refrigerate anything, there's a kitchen to your left. So without further ado, let's get started. I'd like to start with a land acknowledgement. So I acknowledge that we are on unceded indigenous land, traditional territory of the Cayuse, Umatilla, Walla Walla, Cowlitz, Nisqually, and Squaxin peoples. And what I did when I was preparing this presentation is I just went to that website, which you see at the bottom of the slide in the left-hand corner, and I went in and I put in the zip code for this meeting, and it allows you to see what tribal lands you're on. So I would encourage you, wherever you are, to go to that website and, put in a zip code or a city to get a better understanding of that. So I think what I would love to do now is begin roll call. So I will, without further ado, start that. Katie Byron. Representative Tom Dent. Dr. Ben DeHaan. Thank you. Daniel Johnson. Representative Ruth Kagi.
Present.
Dr. Diane Levy.
Present.
Lois Martin.
Present.
Wonderful. Good morning. Barbara Serrano. She shared that she will be joining a little.
Her code's here.
Okay, she's here. Okay, wonderful. Perhaps maybe joining a little bit late, but is in the room eventually. And then Senator Judy Warnick.
Present.
Senator Claire Wilson.
Present.
Wonderful. I also know that Justice Bobby Bridge and Representative Sen, they let me know that they are unfortunately unable to attend today. So it looks like we have quorum, which is wonderful. So in thinking about this meeting, I was realizing in talking with the co-chairs is that you all have not been in person in quite some time. And I'm quite new. I've been on the board as executive director for 2.5 months now. So I thought it would be nice just to go around the room and give a 1-minute bio. To share how long you've been on the board, a little bit about your history. I just think it would be nice to really ground us. Is there anyone who would like to begin with a 1-minute bio?
Go around, that might be it. Yeah.
Okay. I'm happy to start. Oh.
Aisha, if you'd like, maybe those on the phone, if we started first, I know I put you next, Senator Warnick, but hopefully that's okay. I will be joining on camera a little bit later, but my name is Lois Martin. I've been on the board since its inception. I am an early care and education director, small business owner located in Seattle, born and raised in the Central District. Proud HBCU graduate, and have worked in early learning for over 30 years. And my background before that was in sales at IBM at their corporate headquarters. So quite the career change. But all of it works together to be able to help advocate for this work. So that's a little bit about me.
Wonderful, thank you.
And thank you, Lois and Senator Judy Warnick. I have also been on the board since its inception. Basically, another senator, Senator Braun, was originally appointed to this and then asked if I would do this. And so it's been something I've been very, very interested in. Currently, I am the caucus chair of the Senate Republican Caucus. And I serve on the Human Services Committee with Senator Wilson Clare. And in the Senate. And also, I am on the work group, the Children Youth Behavioral Health Work Group, which makes recommendations to the legislature regarding children and their mental health issues. I'm also serving, and I'll let Rep. Dent talk a little more about that, but the Department of Ag has been a department that I've been very involved with my entire time in the legislature, serving on ag committees. But this year, and I think it started last year, we're on a Department of Ag mental health work group. So the department or ag industry is suffering from mental health challenges just as much as the rest of the world, or even more so. But glad to be on this committee. I wish I could be there in person, but just didn't work out this time.
Well, we're glad you're here participating virtually. Thank you so much for sharing. I'm happy to go next. So good morning, everyone again. Laisha Marcinishin, Executive Director of the board. I've been here 2.5 months. I am trained as a research psychologist, so I have my doctorate in developmental psychology. Before coming to the board, I worked in consulting and did some work for some large contracts for the Children's Bureau. I was a lead evaluator for the Capacity Building Center for States, which provided technical assistance to jurisdictions across the United States as well as all the territories. And before that, I had the pleasure of working at Seattle Children's Research Institute and have done some work both in early learning at Committee for Children as well as child welfare at Casey Family Programs. So I've really spent the bulk of my career in the nonprofit sector. With respect to other work that's related to the board, I am a board member on the King County Behavioral Health Advisory Committee. So wanted to mention that as well. Thank you.
I guess we're going to go in order. So Claire Wilson, I'm proud senator from the 30th Legislative District, which is in South King County. I say everything outside the shadow of Seattle, but Federal Way, Des Moines, Algona Pacific, a little bit of Kent, and unincorporated Auburn, and then half of Auburn, Maine. And have been in the Senate. This will be my 7th session, and am honored to be the chair of Human Services Committee in the Senate, which covers all of DSHS, all child welfare, all juvenile justice, and then corrections outside the judicial. So everything, what I call the climate and the culture of what's happening inside our institutions and facilities, and then everything that has to do with reentry and refuturing for not only our youngest, but our oldest that are incarcerated. And I also Vice Chair Early Learning K-12 in the Senate. It's a little bit of a different organizational structure than in the House. And with that, I really, my world has been whole kids and whole families. And I started in the public health field as a project director for WIC in a very rural community in Montana. At the time, worked with a large group of Laotian and Hmong refugees that came in after the war. And they resettled in a little place called Hamilton, Montana, and had the honor of helping them try to figure out how to be part of a community that wasn't quite ready for them to be there. And from there, worked with 11 to 21-year-old pregnant and pairing teens in Tacoma, and that's really how I got my start in early learning, because no one at 5th grade should be a parent. And then spent 25 years in early care and education at Puget Sound Educational Service District and on the school board in Federal Way. So the work of DCYF has been my, the landscape of my work, and I'm just really happy to be here and to be able to co-chair with Dr. Levy and move the work of our state forward on behalf of kids and families. So,
hello, everyone. I'm Diane Levy. I'm a developmental behavioral pediatrician, and what that means is I see mostly children and youth that have either developmental behavioral concerns like autism or learning disabilities, ADHD, that kind of thing. I also see a lot of kids that have been through the system in foster care or have had prenatal exposures. Most of my work at the state level has been around early childhood issues. So I was involved in efforts to promote Help Me Grow. I don't know if any of you know that program, but it's out of within reach at the state level. And as part of that work, I did a lot of work in promoting developmental screening in offices and training up doctors in our area to do developmental screenings. I also have worked sat on the SICC, which is an advisory committee for the early support for infants and toddlers or early intervention programs. And I've also worked with the Washington chapter of the AAP on their early childhood committee. So most of my professional interest has been in that early childhood sector, but I'm also very much interested in outcomes for children who have been displaced or out of home care and kind of following their developmental trajectories. Many have developmental concerns. I'm also concerned about those with developmental disabilities and intellectual disabilities that are in the system, and really we don't have enough supports for that particular group in my mind. So that's where I'm at.
Okay. I seem to have a frog who's visited me this morning, but I'm Ruth Kagi. I retired from the legislature 6 years ago after 20 years serving. I ran because I wanted to change the foster care system and the child care, access to high quality child care. The first 15 years of my career was spent with the U.S. Department of Labor doing employment and training programs. And then I left and got very involved in the League of Women Voters and various commissions on children and youth. And Governor Lowry, I'm really dating myself, appointed me to chair the Washington Council for Prevention of Child Abuse and Neglect. And I got involved in several fatality reviews and chaired a fatality review for Laurie of Grace. And out of that came the creation of the Ombuds Office. So I had a fair understanding of child welfare and of child care when I ran, and I chaired the committee responsible for both for 16 years and was prime sponsor of the bill creating the Department of Children, Youth, and Families, working with many of the people in this room. So since I retired, I got re-involved with the Children's Campaign Fund and currently chair the Children's Campaign Fund Action, which is a C4, which is focused on educating legislators about the importance of child care and why it's important economically and developmentally for children and for parents to be able to support their families. And so that's what I'm spending a lot of time on now. I'm also on the board of the Multi-Care Behavioral Health Foundation with Bobby Bridge, and I'm co-chairing a capital campaign for the Linwood Neighborhood Center, and I am on the Dunn Garden Board. So I've done a terrible job of retiring.
I sound busy.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Danielle Johnson. I'm the DCYF representative. I have not been on the board that long, a little bit less than a year, I believe. I've worked in child welfare for 13 years, started in the state of Texas at a residential treatment center working 94 hours straight. Switched over to DCYF 6 years ago. I'm currently a missing from care locator. It's a specialized unit. There's about 13 of us in the state. I'm not on as many impressive boards as everyone else.
We have more time.
Fair.
You're young.
But I am on the regional and statewide union management communication committee for the Wolfsey union side of things, and I am a part of the DCYF policy committee.
Wonderful.
Good morning, everybody. Tom Dent. I represent the 13th Legislative District along with my seatmate, Senator Warnick, who you've heard from previously. And so I noticed on the our rules here for the meeting is that we're not gonna use titles, so that's the end of the title program. So, but I do, I'm very passionate about, our young people. When I first, ran for office, one of the things I ran on was, do something to help the foster program work better. And I think that we've achieved some of those goals that I had, but, we're not there. My wife and I were foster parents for many years and have we had a real inside look at the foster program, the good parts and the bad parts. And, as Ruth and I have talked many hours over this thing and the things and the challenges that were going on. And, my passion around that is that our children, our foster kids, became foster kids through no fault of their own. And they've got kind of a hard start in life. And if we can step up to the plate and help them maybe pick up the pieces, so to speak, and continue on and have the same opportunities that we've had, and that was my goal. We had several foster kids in our home, and we eventually adopted a child out of the foster program that's still living with us. He's 32 years old now, but and still faces challenges due to what happened to him prior to coming to us. Still hasn't got his way all the way through that. And I look at these things, and it just it breaks my heart sometimes to see what some of these kids were put through. But that being said, I think we have an opportunity to make a difference here. Since being here on this board, or since being in office, since 2015, I've learned a lot about the child care industry. Very passionate around the early learning program. Voted for that Early Start Act right off the get-go. Went home, took a lot of heat for it, but it was the right thing to do. I'm so glad that I did what I did. I've seen some real advantages from that program. But there again, I think that it's important that we have this committee, this board right here, to be here to continue to offer insight into how things are really working. We're a step away from the DCYF, and we can listen to what people say in a different perspective, right? Get a different perspective. So, big fan of this. I've been on this board since it started. Glad to be here. Served as the chair, co-chair for 1 year longer than I should have, but we got it wrapped up in this pandemic thing. It just didn't lend itself to doing things as well as we would have liked to have done. And, I think it set our state back, it set our communities back, but we're going to catch up. And I am really glad that this many people are here in person. It's just so good to see people. There's just nothing like eyeball to eyeball, right? And I just thank you for doing this. And
Well, you have to drive a long way to come here, so.
that's all right. The kids are worth it. And it's really nice to see you, Elisha, and meet you in person. And I'm really tickled at however we can help you become successful. I know that everybody in this room is going to be right there for you. So thank you.
Well, likewise, and welcome.
Hello, everyone. I am Steve Byron. I think I've been on this board for 3 years. You're testing my memory this morning. So I have been involved in some capacity with child welfare for about 18 years. And a lot of that was being a mentally fragile foster parent. I also have 2 adoptees in my home. And eventually, I'm screaming, found my way into advocacy and policy work when I created the Connections program, and I had a quick course in learning all things legislative in 2020. That really led to a lot more consulting work and advocacy work that is both here in Washington State, and I was also part of the capacity building center for states, working on federal policy, really serving as a lived expert in how can we really make the system work for children and families. And the other thing that I briefly stepped into in the last couple of years is children's, and really children's books in this realm that work for our kids. A mom couldn't find it, I decided to write it.
Oh, wow.
And so, yeah, that's very
Morning, everybody. This is so weird.
I know. We could do this to make.
I've been years, and I do believe, Bruce, if I'm not mistaken here, you were the person who convinced me to go over to Uber.
That's great.
It turned out very, very well.
Good. Glad to hear it.
When I was, I've been in public child welfare related activities all my adult. I started as a CPS worker many years ago, and, went up through the ranks and ended up being in charge of the public child welfare system for Oregon. And, I also trained, version, and the governor moved me over to run the adult corrections from public child welfare. And I remember talking to the governor and I said, the only thing that qualifies me is I saw him. That was the sum total of my qualifications. So I said, okay, over there to an organization. Went over there for 6 months.
Wow.
So during that time, while I was in the health, spent a lot of time working on children incarcerated parents. I was also the president of the private foundation.
What was that area one just like that?
So I've been involved in the law. I shared a background that I was over and then, basically, going to board, as a folks who, I've been involved in, my work at the, do most of the, activities and a lot of public policy work, along with someone who everybody knows, Lori, who, has been my, partner in crime there for 2007. Director of a program there that she joined. So, and then Kim Justice, who many of you probably know, just joined our team on the public policy front. So we'll be having, at least for a while, Lori Lippold and Kim working on the child welfare related issues now for, hopefully for a very, very long time.
What
So
a powerhouse
happy to be
team.
What's that?
What a powerhouse.
Oh, I can't say enough about Lori. I'm gonna take this time to do this, because usually she hushes me up, but the bottom line is that she's been responsible, as you all know, for so much. And, I'm hoping that the attraction to going off and being a grandmother, which is what's causing her to think about these things, will diminish over time, and I can keep her at least half-time along with Kim. That's my plan, so we'll see how that works out. Anyway, thank you very much, and I'm looking forward to today.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for sharing that. And I would be remiss, Nicholas, if you also did not provide the 1-minute bio. I think we'd love to see that, and hopefully there's a microphone nearby.
Excuse me. I'm Nicholas Hogan, the Administrative Coordinator to the Oversight Board. I've been here for about 4.5 years. Started at state government about 10 years ago at the Office of Superintendent of Public Instruction, where I staff legislative work groups there, most notably the EOGOAC, the Educational Opportunity Gap Oversight and Accountability Committee. After that, about 4 years there, I moved to Results, Washington, where I ran the governor's results review every month. And that's where I met Krista and got the job as director for the Oversight Board. And I decided I wanted to go along, and I did. And now that we've made a transition, Elisha, it has been a know you and work with you.
Thank you so much, Nicholas, and
You're my
I
new favorite
have to say it has
person.
also
You are my
been
new
an
favorite
absolute
person.
pleasure to work with Nicholas as the administrative coordinator for the board. And just reflecting on what everyone has shared, it's just so clear to me that there's a lot of experience, a lot of expertise, and a lot of passion in the room, and I'm just thrilled to be a part of it. I want to just take a moment and walk people through what they have in their folders, which is also what people have in the pre-read. So for those board members who are attending virtually, you received some electronic documents, and just want to really quickly highlight what you have. The first item that I think you will see is an agenda. So that kind of lists some of our times and some of the goals, so we know where we're going today. We are going to have a 1-hour lunch. I am thrilled that it will not be a working lunch, so we'll be able to talk casually and do more get to know each other type, just easy conversations. The second item you have is what is frequently referred to as the one-pager. So at the top, it describes the purpose of the board, stated outcomes, and the powers. And then on the other side, there are work activities. So that is an example of, different buckets that work activities that have been put into. And finally, we actually have a copy of the RCW. So I think oftentimes we, think about, well, what is in that RCW? I know I do. And so this is a document that is 6 pages. However, the DCYF Oversight Board piece begins on page 3 in section 8A. So I do want to just mention that a lot of the language in the actual RCW maps on very, very closely to what we have in the one-pager. So if you're feeling a little overwhelmed by seeing this 6-page document, this one-pager can be your friend. So just want to call that out. And then last, we have just a historical document. This was created in 2019. It's the DCYF Oversight Board Shared Values. And so this is something that, we may follow today, we may not follow today. We're about to go into meeting agreements. But I just wanted to, I thought this was a nice way to kind of think about where the board was in 2019 and where it might be going. And a lot of these things that are here may be the same or may have changed. Before we go into meeting agreements, does anyone have any questions? Okay, great. So I'm going to see how this is going to work. I thought it would be useful to start today, and I'll be writing on that board over there, really thinking about what we need to feel productive and be able to share in an environment where people feel comfortable. Nicholas, I noticed your hand is raised.
Nicholas?
That's okay. These things happen. These things happen. I'll take a hand raise. So again, just some of the things, but again, fostering a sense of inclusivity and collaboration. And I'm just wondering if one of those smaller mics, if I could take one of those, please. And if folks online are not able to hear me, please just let me know. So I'm just going to ask some people, with respect to meeting agreements today, what are some things that will really allow us to have a productive, collaborative discussion where people feel comfortable sharing? And just feel free to shout them out, and I'm hoping the camera will also catch me writing them on the board.
I would start with that this is a safe space, although it is being recorded, I guess. We should all be remembering that, but I think everybody should feel comfortable being honest, and we'll try not to be judgmental.
Safe space, being honest with each other.
Maybe non-judgmental.
Non-judgmental, I really like that.
Try. Lois has her hand up.
Lois.
Give space for others to speak. If you've taken a turn, maybe wait 2 or 3 people to allow others to weigh in.
I really like that, Lois. Thank you for sharing that. I also like something that goes along with that. Sometimes give space, take space. So if you tend to be someone in a meeting who maybe doesn't talk as much, take some space today. I think the meeting and what we get out of it is just going to be so much stronger if folks feel comfortable doing that. other meeting agreements we want to follow today?
Have an open mind.
I really like that. Open mind.
Assume good intent.
One of my favorites, thank you. Assume good intent.
I would say we keep our eye on the ball.
Thank you. Focus on the children.
I would add that it would be really nice if we could leave here with something concrete and tangible.
Leave something concrete, tangible. What are our next steps? What are our action items? Thank you. Any other last ones?
What I would say is just seek clarity. So it kind of goes along with assume best intent, but, seeking clarity allows us all to understand more deeply where someone might be coming from or why they're coming from.
I seek clarity, and like wonder, you know, exactly.
Be cognizant of voices that are not in it.
Excellent, I really appreciate that. Be aware of voices that are not in this room. But should be. Thank you, Katie. Any other meeting agreements?
I think that's something we could think about, analyze, are we doing it or not, or how are we doing there?
So change the culture of DCYF.
Right, well, it wasn't DCYF before. And,
Okay.
So what, and you kind of stated it in some of your information here, but, we talked, well, how we worded it was, we didn't want to rearrange the deck chairs, we wanted to change the culture. So that was, kind of what, that was our battle cry, I guess, maybe, is some of our challenges.
Thank you for clarifying that. So really change the culture.
Yeah.
I like that a lot. I jotted down a couple things, but I think we got all of them.
Senator Warnick has her hand up.
Oh, Senator Warnick.
Thank you. And I kind of got what Tom was talking about with changing the culture. And I really am disappointed I couldn't make it today because it's hard to hear people who are not close to a microphone. When he first started talking, he didn't have a microphone. And then, so I feel really bad about complaining I can't hear people. But that's what I want to
No,
get
we
out of this
appreciate
meeting
that.
is
Thank
be
you.
able to hear people. So.
Yes, thank
We
you.
have to do better.
We do need to do better, Senator Warnick. And, we really want full participation, and that means you need to hear. And so
Yeah.
please keep letting us know, and we'll work through this. Don't
Okay.
hesitate.
Thank you.
Thank you. One that I thought of, and I'm interested in what the group thinks about this, is maybe even leaning into discomfort. So something that you wouldn't normally think a certain way, but just being open and seeing some head nods. I think this is a great list, and we can add to them throughout the day. but I think this really will set us up to have a really nice, collaborative, effective meeting. So I really want to thank you all for contributing to
Lois
creating
has
this
her hand
agreement.
up.
Oh, Lois, yes.
Hi, if I could add one more is to ensure that we keep equitable outcomes at the forefront of our discussions, not just for families, for children, their families, as well as DCYF staff.
Thank you. Equitable outcomes for children, families, and DCYF staff. And that is a perfect lead-in, families here, to something that you might see on the bottom of your agenda, which are some equity considerations that I borrowed from Senator Wilson. And I think, you know, when we're talking about our goals and our decisions, I think it might be helpful to keep some of these in mind. I also have them, so they're at the bottom of your agenda, but I also have them up here. So here are some questions that I think would be useful to consider and allow us to really keep equity front and center. There are more questions in this, but these are just three of them. So the first one, which underrepresented or underserved groups are impacted by what we're discussing? And what are the effects on them? 2, does this decision exacerbate existing disparities or produce unintended consequences? And then 3, if the answer is yes or you don't know, how have you engaged those affected groups? So kind of like nothing about us without us. And so I'm hoping, similar to what Lois said, we can really keep that at the forefront of our discussions.
You know, the other thing I want to add is to make sure there is an additional piece when we think about agencies doing decision packages like DCYF or DSHS, that now embedded into their decision packages are equity questions that they have to present as part of their reasoning behind their requests. So not only for policy, but also for fiscal changes. So that's been with the Office of Equity coming in and being part of that, and the creation of really that lens statewide. That has also been something that is relatively new. So along with these kinds of considerations, you know, just the knowledge that there's also that from state perspective as well. I wanted to make sure that people knew that, and Barbara isn't here to say that, but I double checked with her today. So yeah, just wanted to share that with folks.
That's very, very helpful. I also want to let people know that I have reached out to the Office of Equity and met with the director, but something that I see hopefully in our future is creating a pro-equity anti-racism plan, and that we can do together as a group. A lot of different agencies across the state are engaging in this type of activity, and I think it could be really fruitful for our work for children, youth, and families. So I think we've done the meeting agreement. Unless there's any last one, feel free to share. Thanks everyone. I am now going to direct you to the agenda. And the next item we have on the agenda is an icebreaker. And I got to let you know, anytime I see icebreaker on the agenda, I just get nervous. Like, what am I going to have to do? Is it going to be silly? Am I going to feel comfortable? So the icebreaker for today is really just sharing, again, your name, and then a favorite TV show or a favorite book and why. So that's our icebreaker for today. So I'll give people a moment to kind of think about something that, or it could be a current favorite, not your favorite of all time, but something that you recently saw that you really enjoyed. Would anyone like to start?
I can start. Can you hear me, Senator Warning?
Just giving you a thumbs up.
So Tom did, you're right. Just, you know, I'm not a TV guy. I don't watch much television. Sometimes I sit with my wife and watch TV, and it bursts me to tears, actually. And I usually am reading something or doing something else. But you know, I'm an outside guy, and my favorite activities are, you know, probably the favorite thing in my life are horses. Spend a lot of time on my horses, and my second favorite thing is airplanes. So there you go. Kind of two different things, but that's where I come from.
Thanks for making the question your own. Love that. Thank you. I'm happy to
Well, I'll
go
jump-
next since I had asked. Oh,
I'll jump in if she was, I could tell you were looking around. So yeah, I'm a lot like my seatmate in a couple ways. I don't fly, but I do enjoy horses. So we actually, in our extracurricular activities in our positions, we ride horses in parades. And it's a lot of work to go because we have a pretty big district. And when you take horses to parades, it takes a little bit of work, but I love to ride and get into nature, go on trail rides and that type of thing. And you asked about TV. My favorite TV show is actually a Canadian show, and it's called Heartland. And it's about a family in Canada that faces many, many problems. They have a ranch, and I love the way they work things out with people and with their horses. So a little bit about me.
thank you so much. Thank you so much, Senator Warnick. Really appreciate that.
This is Dee Byron, and I have a daughter obsessed with horses and airplanes, so see where she goes in life.
Over to see Representative Benz.
Exactly, I know,
Yeah.
I'm like, here's your connection. So I recently really enjoyed a show on Netflix, I think it's called Blown Away. And it's a glass blowing competition, which brings amateur and then professional glass blowers together, and they have different challenges. And just appreciating how hard it is to work with glass, and also how terrifying, because they're like carrying a scoop of molten glass around, and then looking at different interpretations of an artistic theme and figuring out which one you like, which one you don't. And it's kind of one of those shows where someone's voted off every week. But even my kids will stop and watch that one with us. That is mine.
Thanks so much, Katie. I can hop on in there. Not my all-time favorite book, but a current favorite was a book by Barbara Kingsolver called Demon Copperhead. It was a hard read, but it was a really good read. It's a kind of a coming-of-age story of a boy who is most certainly dealing with poverty, the foster care system, and drug addiction. And even with all that, the author finds ways to kind of weave in like humor, humanity. You know, there's also some stories of resilience, but, you know, keeping it real at the same time. And it's set in Appalachia, so it's absolutely, the scenery that's described is just beautiful. So that's a current favorite of mine that I read this summer. And we've been sharing a little bit about activities, so I'll share one activity. I really do enjoy to run. And to clarify that, I really enjoy talking to my friend while I'm running. So if you ask me if I enjoy to run, I just said that, it's really not true. I enjoy chatting with her on these runs, and that's what makes me run. So just really grateful for good friends who get me out the door a couple times a week in the morning to get some exercise.
So Lois, I'm just going to say what the original question was, which is that we are asking people for either like a favorite TV show or a favorite book that they've read, or in some cases, what activities like to do, something about yourself.
I can go ahead, Lois, unless you've got one right now. Are you still thinking?
Yeah, it's a long list
Well,
to
I was gonna-
whittle down, so go ahead, Senator.
Well, me too, I was writing some things down, but I was a kiddo who didn't like to read, and in third grade, well, in third grade, they found out I'd been reading the same book for a number of years and doing a book report on the same book called Judy's Journey by Lois Lenski. And so it took me until I was in high school, and I had a comparative literature class, and I had a teacher by the name of Mr. Bass, who still is around and alive, and a matter of fact, at Seattle Girls School. And he turned me on to Kurt Vonnegut and Richard Brautigan. And Trout Fishing in America was the first book that I read. I used to go in his classroom, and he had the rounds of paperback books, and he had hundreds of books in his classroom. And every week I would go in and grab another one. And so Mr. Bass is the one that taught me to find a book I liked. And once I did, then I would continue to turn the pages.
Great. Thank you for sharing.
So this is Danielle. So my current favorite book is Hollow Kingdom. It's about a crow and his dog companion set in Seattle in the middle of the zombie apocalypse, basically, just trying to navigate surviving. Very interesting so far. My current kind of go-to comfort TV show would be Ted Lasso. It covers some hard themes, but in a lighthearted way, so it always gets you back to center and just doesn't leave you hanging going, oh my goodness, that was terrible. And then just an activity that I like to do is nature photography. So I don't go on crazy long hikes, but I will go out and about and take micro photographs.
Great. Thank you so much for sharing. Ted Lasso fan over here, too.
I'll divide my life up into pre-grandchildren and post-grandchildren. Before I had 3 grandchildren, I used to spend a lot of time sailing. Got an old cruising boat that I've been working on and lived aboard for 10 years in Lake Union. And now that I have grandchildren, I spend my time working through the collected stories of Dr. Dolittle. We're on page 875, and we have about another 1,400 to go. So on the way to read Dr. Dolittle, I tend to listen to audiobooks, and one that I'm reading now is not my favorite. It's scary. It's The Enemy Within with Barbara McQuaid, who is a former prosecutor, talking about the role of disinformation in our society, not just in elections, but more generally. And I look forward to getting back to Dr. Dolittle, because this stuff is scary.
Thank you so much for sharing that.
Well, you want to go? Go ahead. So I know that I liked Lisha because before, but now she took my book. So I'm going to have to go back to Plan B, but I also love Seaman Copperfield. And unlike my other board members east of the mountains, I don't know anything about horses other than when I'm riding my mountain bike, I get off and I stand off to the side and I talk nice to them as they go by. So that's the one thing I've learned about horses. The book that I really have enjoyed most, I liked The Covenant of Water by Abraham Verghese. I don't know if anybody's read that book. Yeah, it is, but it's just so many layers. It's a very long book, but it's a beautifully written book. He is just such a great writer in general, and he's a physician, which always brings some medical stuff, which I kind of like. So I like that one. And the other book that I like a lot this year was called Northwoods by Daniel Mason, which is a very intriguing book set in Western Massachusetts that starts when Native Americans were living on the land and kind of goes to contemporary, and it takes a certain spot of land and kind of goes through the different cultural, and it's kind of got mystical elements to it. It's very fascinating, very different way of writing. So those are my 2 most recent.
Well, I am currently listening to An Unfinished Love Story by Doris Kearns Goodwin, and it's she and her husband, who dies halfway through the effort. He was a speechwriter for Kennedy and was very involved in many administrations, so it's kind of a journey through some of the inside stories of what happened. And it's a fascinating book. And and I love to garden, so that's what I spend my time sometimes doing, and like Ben, I love spending time with my grandchildren.
Wonderful. Thanks so much for sharing. I think, Lois, you may be the last one to share.
All right. So when I'm usually watching television, when I have a chance to, it's usually for escapism. So in that vein, I'd have to say two are tied, and that would be Abbott Elementary and anything Bridgerton. I'm also a big Ted Lasso fan, so that one was really hard to decide. As far as books are concerned, my favorite nonfiction that has been for a while is Nutrishock by Paul Brosnan and Ashley Merriman. And then for, that's my favorite nonfiction. Well, that, and let's see, what else? What do I like to do? Hmm, I simply enjoy making a difference in my community. That's my passion. Volunteering for different groups around issues that I feel, well, my parents always talked about the importance of your dash, which is that little space we have between when we come and when we leave. So that is what I focus on, making the difference in my dash. So whether it's around like a voting forum that we're having tomorrow, or early learning advocacy, or protecting urban forests, anti-displacement, just things that will make a difference when I'm gone.
Thank you so much, Lois. I really do like that idea of a dash. That's really powerful. So with that, wait, Nicholas, you're in the back because we have to run two computers, but we'd love to hear a favorite TV show or favorite book.
Probably overall TV show is, excuse me, Bob's Burgers. It's an adult animated cartoon on like Fox, into like Simpsons, Family Guy, but much, much better. It's got good heart, it's very funny, and the only thing I can watch like over.
Wonderful, thanks. And thanks so much to everyone for sharing, and I like how we were able to, add a component of a favorite activity as well. It's nice learning about all of you. So looking at the agenda, what we have next is a high-level history of the board, and both Representative Ruth Kagi and Representative Tom Dent have agreed to spend about 5 minutes each, kind of doing a history, which I think is really, really important to ground us. So I will let you two decide who would like to go first.
Well, I started this rodeo, so I will go first, and I want to go into a little of the history before DCYF. And I brought what I thought would be some interesting documents. Senator Warnick sat on the Blue Ribbon Commission, Children, Youth, and Families, as did Ben. Weren't you on that? Were you on the Blue Ribbon Commission? No. Well, Senator Warnick, there were 4 legislators, and Senator Warnick was one of them. Maureen Walsh was the House member, House Republican, and Senator Darnell was the Senate Democrat. And there were a number of experts and department heads and Bobby Bridge, and we spent 7 months looking at statistics on what the outcomes for children are in Washington, and talked about how we could restructure services so there was a real focus on prevention and equity and improving outcomes for children. And out of that came a very comprehensive report, which set the stage for creating the department. And I really don't know of any state that has done the kind of homework that we did in establishing this department and thinking through how it should be implemented. And, at the time this was happening, the Department of Early Learning had been established about, I think 7 years earlier, and had been a tremendous success, pulling different segments of early learning programs into one department and really having a focus. And it was from that example that we really looked to creating this new department, and assuring that those early learning opportunities were available to the kids who were farthest from opportunity. We, you know, with different departments, it was hard to link together the kids who were involved with child welfare and early learning opportunities. So that was one goal. But as Tom mentioned, one of the biggest motivators in the legislature was the fact that we were so frustrated with the Department of Social and Health Services. It was not responsive to the legislature. It was not responsive to foster parents. It was not responsive to providers and contractors. And the system was really suffering because it was just really very insular. And we wanted a department that could bring together all the different pieces of the state that serve children, make sure there was a person sitting at the governor's cabinet who could speak for children and fight for the resources for children. And, you know, in DSHS, the Children's Administration was one among ED, adult services, mental health, you know, some health. It was just, you know, couldn't fight for the resources it needed. It had to go through all the layers. So changing the culture was one of the battle cries that we had. We also really wanted policy to be based on evidence and research. We wanted openness and transparency, and we wanted a department that would implement the laws the legislature passed. We really had a lot of challenge getting our bills implemented. There was a lot of resistance to creating a big new department, and there was a lot of concern about, as Tom mentioned, just rearranging the deck chairs. And that was where the Oversight Board came in. We wanted, and particularly Senator Oban insisted that we have an Oversight Board that had experts from around the state who could really look at whether the department was being implemented effectively and meeting the goals that we had established. And I think you can see in what's included. Unfortunately, you know, many bills end up including a lot of goals and objectives. And I think there are probably way too many for the Oversight Board to take on, but you can see from the responsibilities that were given to the Oversight Board, looking at surveys, meeting with stakeholders, reviewing contracts, that the Oversight Board was really established to get an outside perspective on how the department is doing, and also measure the outcomes against those that were established in the bill. And I think that has been particularly challenging because of the pandemic, which really interrupted the outcomes. So that's my perspective on it, and it was really a passionate interest of Senator Oban in particular and of Tom to have this outside oversight board with a lot of people who had expertise in the areas of juvenile justice, child welfare, and early learning, to give feedback to the governor on how this new department was.
Would you agree that many of the detailed metrics that found their way into 1561 were born from a lot of frustration over the years, where I recall many efforts legislatively
Yeah.
to do some of these things, like performance-based testing and many, many others. So there are so many metrics in there because we tried so many other avenues to get there. Do you think that's accurate?
Absolutely, and I actually passed a number of bills
Yeah.
and ran up against a brick wall, and so had many other legislators. And part of there were several foster parents in the House, like Tom, who felt very passionately about reforming the child welfare system so that it was more responsive to the needs of children and families and foster parents, and certainly contractors.
Thank you, Ruth. It was a great overview. So I came into the legislature, and the Blue Ribbon Commission already was in effect, and maybe you were finished by then. But, you know, I'm a freshman, and I asked to be on the Children and Families Committee. It was the request that I had, and I'm still there, thankfully. But I'm a freshman, and I've heard about the infamous Ruth Kagi, you know, and, you know, how she led the committee and her passion around children. And I will tell you that before I had even taken office, had taken my oath of office, she had called me and we talked about child welfare issues, and she wanted to know more about me, and I realized then, well, maybe everything I heard about her wasn't true. This lady has a lot of, she has a big heart, okay? But we're in the, and we talked some about this, but we're in committee hearing one day, and not to use titles, but I have to in this situation, but Representative Kagi, who's the chair of the committee, we had Children's Administration giving us kind of a report about what was going on, and she'd asked him about, there would have been a bill to delete some information within the Children's Administration that they didn't want there, they didn't think was appropriate to keep. It was around allegations made against people, and then when they proved to be unfounded, they wanted the information to be deleted, and it had not been. And the lady from the Children's Administration said, "Oh no, we haven't done that. We haven't had time." And that's the first time I ever saw the chair of the committee, Representative Kagi, get angry. And boy, was she hot. She was hot. Okay, and she explained to this person that when the legislature gives you a direction, you're supposed to do that. And that's when I realized we had a problem with the children, or a big problem with our child welfare system. She made that real clear. And she was really good about talking that, you know, we need to fix this. And then that's when some of the conversations came up, and she began to explain to me about looking forward. Now, I'm just a member of the committee, and then the assistant ranking member wants to be off of there. So now I'm the assistant ranking committee. And then the next year, I end up being the ranking member. So I moved pretty fast up the chain here to be the ranking member. And that's when we started the Bill 1661. And so that's why I became the caucus lead for my caucus on this bill. And I was supposed to be number 2 on the bill, but it ended up being number 3, and that was okay. It all worked out fine. But, you know, we worked together on this, and I have to say that this was a real valuable lesson to me and to others, and how hard we worked on this. Listened to so many people within my caucus and within the other caucus and stakeholders about why we needed to change our child welfare system and why it was so important. And I began to, you know, having been a foster parent and working with DSHS and Children's Administration, my wife and I quit being foster parents because we had to renew, I think, every couple of years or something. And I'll be honest, I was the kid guy. My wife did all the stuff with DSHS or whatever, whoever we had to deal with. I didn't know anything about that, didn't care. But she, one day, it was time to renew, and she says, "We're not going to renew." I said, "Why not?" "I'm not going to put up with them another day. I'm done." Like that. Well, happy wife, happy life. Okay, you know, I was disappointed, but I got it. Okay. And then when I came in the legislature, I mean, I had this background of how hard they were to deal with, and you know, how they didn't listen. And I knew that we had an issue, and so when this bill came forward, you know, I realized that, you know, I can do this. I can work on this. This makes some good sense, and it does make some good sense. And but you know, as in most pieces of legislation, as big as this one was, there was some challenges there that some things I couldn't live with, and some things that Ruth couldn't live with, and so, we began to negotiate this thing, and this was, this year, that year that we did that, we had like 4 special sessions, okay? So this bill didn't pass in the regular session. We got right down to the end of the last special session we had before we passed it. But, we would talk, I mean, Ruth and I would talk and negotiate and say what I wanted, and she would say what she wanted, and we would disagree, and then we would agree, and then, you know, it was, really an interesting way. But, you know, through it all, it was obvious that, I hope she feels that way about me, but I felt like she really had the best interests of the children at heart, okay? And you know, and I was trying to do the same, and so I got to tell you, there would be times that we would work on it in the evening, and I'd say, I got to go, I'm done. I can't talk anymore about this. And I'll never remember this first, one morning, I would go in early, and people know that I go in early, and I'm in my office at 6 o'clock in the morning, and the door just blows open, and it's Ruth Kagi saying, she's got her coffee cup, and she says, we got to talk. And we did, and we continued to negotiate this bill for the best interest of the children, and I'll never forget that. And one of the top topics of discussion that was so very important to me was this oversight committee, the oversight board, and the membership on that, okay? And so we worked and we worked and we worked till we thought we were good, and then we created the, you know, it passed and the thing begins to move on, but we still weren't quite there. And one of the issues that I still had, and others with the oversight board, was we didn't have a provision for equal representation from the west side of the state to the east side of the state, okay? And for most of us that live on the east side of the state, we feel like that the west side of the state's driving everything, right? And so we, you know, I passed a bill that balanced that out, and we are balanced. We have to be, I think, we have a, there's a formula in there to how many have to be on there, but it has to do with population. But, you know, and then we've struggled through with the membership on this committee, or in this board, you know, on who they represent. And we've, and actually I've had a bill, and we passed a bill last year that didn't get signed, but we'll run it again this year, to change the membership a little, because we've had some challenges filling some of the positions. And I think that Ruth and I could agree that we would like to fill all the positions, but we need to find the proper, you know, avenues to do that and the proper people to be on there. And, you know, one of the ones that's been really hard is a former foster kid, under 25 years old or something like that. And that's been a really hard thing to do, right? It's just, they're not ready to do that. We've had 2 or 3 of them on here, but it just hasn't worked out. And I get that. So it's the learning curve that we've done, and, you know, I think we can solve some of these things. I'm all in to do that, to make sure that we get the right folks on here. I think having a full board and people feel like that what they're doing here and their time is spent is meaningful is really important. And I'm really working hard, you know, to make that happen. So, but I will tell you, I really felt when we did this, when we finished this legislation and it passed, it went back and forth, you know, from House chamber to chamber, but when we were finished and we knew we were done, you know, it was a big sense of gratification, even though we knew we had a long way to go, but we had a goal. And we wanted to make the child welfare system better. And have we accomplished that? I think we have, to a point. Are we there? No, I don't think we're all the way there yet. But I also think that this was a big endeavor, and I don't think we could just get there overnight. But there's a lot of passion in the people that are working in the system, the people on this board, to get there. And I believe that we're going to continue to work and find a way to be there. I can't tell you how it made me feel to be part of that. And I remember that one thing I told Ruth early, before we got to the end, I said, you know, my goal here is that when we're both retired and we're sitting on the porch in our rocking chairs, we can look at each.
Not what happens when you retire.
I'm not going to retire, but just in case I do. So we sit we're just going to sit on the porch in our rocking chairs prior to retirement and say we did the right thing. And that was what we talked about too. I brought that up a lot, and we wanted to make sure we did the right thing. And So there's some hitches here, there is, and, but I think the Oversight Board, as we go forward, we find our legs a little bit. We've struggled, and I'm not gonna say we haven't. I believe in my mind that we've struggled, but, we're still friends. Ruth and I are still friends, and, you know, I think we're gonna find a way to where we can be more of a part of the DCYF and leading it where we'd like to see it go. And you know, and the one thing that I did here, and I think we picked the right guy to begin to lead the DCYF. I think Ross Hunter did a good job putting this organization together, and you know, structure of it is good. But it, you know, as with everything, it all takes time to work itself out. I get that. But, you know, I would go up and have lunch with him once in a while, and he, you know, he stated to me one time, he said, the culture thing is the hardest thing, you know, and I get that, you know. And, you know, I drop into DCYF offices on occasion, and you can see it. You can see how the structure is the culture is the hardest thing to change. The folks that have been there forever, you know, pretty soon nobody wants to change, right? But the young people are kind of have a little different idea. So, but I think they're coming, and I think we've done well. I'm proud, but like I said, I'm really proud of it. I'm proud that I was part of it. I'm proud that I negotiated for our caucus. I'll never forget the time I spent with Ruth and all the time we worked together. It was the highlight so far of my career in the legislature. It is, and I've done a lot of things, but this one was the first big thing I did, and still my favorite, right? But I want you guys to know that I really, we disagree on some things. But, I'm really into collaboration and finding some a compromise, what really works. I really listen to the people. I listen to the stakeholders a lot. They're important to me. They sent me here, and I'm willing to, sometimes I agree to things that I personally don't agree with, but I think when the majority looks at it and says, no, this is probably where we should go, then let's give it a shot. I'm also one who says, if it's not working, let's think about it, right? It's like, you hit the wall, you don't back up and hit the wall again, let's turn right, or turn left, but let's do something different. So, anyway, the whole thing has been quite an experience. I'm proud to be here, and appreciate you, Ruth. I really do. I miss you in the legislature, really do. So, and I'm still on the committee, but I'm no longer the ranking. I'm moved to a ranking in another committee, but anyway.
Thank you so much, Bruce and Tom, for sharing. This history is like honestly such a gift for the board, and really, and people who will be watching this, and those folks who may be watching it's live streamed, right? But just hearing about the collaboration and the work and the passion is really so grounding for me to hear. I have a feeling that people might have questions for both Rep. Hagee and Rep. Dent, but I think we might want to save those until lunch, because I'm just on our agenda, and I want to make sure we're staying on time. So I think what I would like to do next is just kind of talk about the broad aims for the retreat, and so let's skip ahead and slide. Okay.
I'm sorry, I can't
Hope you
hear
can-
you, Liza. There you go.
Thank you so much, Senator Warnick. I do honestly appreciate those reminders, and I'm sure it's a little awkward to speak up, but you just keep doing it. Okay, so objectives for today, and this came out from a lot of the one-on-one meetings I had with board members, as well as some of my conversations with the co-chairs. So objectives for today include determining the board's purpose and role. Second, determining the board's priorities at this time, knowing that these priorities might change year to year. Determine how the board is going to achieve these priorities. How are we going to do this? And then determining how the board will involve stakeholders. So those are the four main objectives, and they are at the top of your agenda. So I'd like to now talk a little bit more about the one-on-one meetings I had with virtually nearly all of you, and some high-level themes that came up across. across the meetings. Of course, I was in a great position. I was just starting as an executive director, and meet and greets are one of my most favorite things to do. But also, got a chance to really ask people, what makes them excited about the board? What are their concerns about the board? What would they like to do differently? What would they like to do more of? And I'm going to share some of those high-level findings next. So I went through, and this wasn't the most scientific method. As a qualitative researcher, this was a little hard for me, but I just tallied, themes that came up across the various meetings. And the number one theme across the meetings was people really wanted greater clarity about role and purpose. And that's why that's the number one top objective for our meeting today. So really getting clear on about what's the role and purpose for the board as we kind of reach the 5-year mark of this oversight board. The second is that came up was strengthening the board's oversight functions. That was something that I heard across many of my conversations with you. The third was prioritizing the DCYF workforce at the system level. And I want to put a caveat on that. I went through and reviewed my notes a little bit more, and the people who mentioned this were really talking about remembering the workers in addition to those who are served. So not just families and youth and children and infants who are served, but let's also keep our eye on the workforce. The fourth thing that came up most frequently was needing a strategic plan. And the last thing was people wanted to really increase community involvement. So that has really kind of shaped so much of where we're going today with the agenda. And I just want to give you all perhaps a moment to read that. And, if you have questions, I'm happy to answer anything you might. If I could clarify any of these, this would be a great time to ask. So turning to the next portion of our agenda, the first activity that we, in talking with the co-chairs and, really thinking about what made sense is putting purpose and role front and center. That's our first activity. And if you could all make sure that you have your one-pager up, and that is a document that has, I think you all know what the one-pager is. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Levy. Wonderful, yes. Yes. And
It's actually 2 pages, which was what we laugh about whenever we talk about the one-pager. It's sort of 1 page front and back.
you'll notice that whenever I write one page on this document, I put it in quotes because to me it truly is a 2-pager, but I don't want to confuse people. So I also have some of the powers that can be exercised by the board by majority vote up here, and that's the third section of the one-pager, and I'm going to put that up on the screen too, so everyone has that. And I think it might be useful just to take maybe a minute or two just to kind of review and read and reflect. So why don't we do that? Okay, wonderful, and we'll have some time, and I'm just gonna kind of benchmark where we're at. So we have a good 35 minutes to really spend on this activity, and Dr. Levy has graciously agreed to co-facilitate this session with me. So one thing we thought we would do is something called a SWOT analysis, SWOT, and some of you may be familiar with that. And basically it looks at strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats, and how that might relate to some of the purpose, which is, you know, up at the top of that one pager, as well as some of the powers. Oh, I have a scribe. That's so exciting.
That's what I'm going to do, co-facilitate.
I think that's fabulous. And those pens didn't work so well for me, so feel free to take a larger pen as well. So I think I always like to start with strengths. In looking at these powers, and I'll just kind of, I think it might be helpful if I read them as well. So general oversight, provide oversight of the DCYF's performance and policies and offer advice to them and the governor's office. Information access, we can request and receive information, outcome data, documents, materials, and records from DCYF. Performance evaluation, assess whether DCYF meets its performance measures for the stated outcomes, which you have on your one-pager, with metrics by family income, race, and ethnicity. 4, reports and records, can receive reports from OFCO, Office of Family and Child Ombuds, and access relevant records, barring legal prohibitions. Investigations, can request investigations by the ombuds into administrative acts. 6, contract reviews, conduct annual reviews of DCYF service contracts, including their contract measures, to ensure they are performance-based. And then 7, service delivery assessment, review surveys and may conduct additional surveys to evaluate the effectiveness of department services. 8, licensing reviews, can review decisions made by DCYF licensors if a licensee requests a final review, which includes assessing whether its licensors appropriately and consistently applied agency rules in child care facility licensing. The board has the authority to overturn, change, or uphold these decisions. And finally, officer selection and rules have the authority to select officers and adopt procedural rules. So from this, what are some of the strengths that really resonate for you?
And what I would say is when I first looked at these powers, I was startled because some of them I don't think we've been doing, and some of them we may be doing. So I guess what I would ask for you guys to kind of reflect as we're going through this exercise is what are realistic powers and what are maybe not realistic powers for us to do, or, you know, what you think of might be things that we really need to put in higher priorities versus, I mean, this is all today, we're going to be doing this, but I guess when I was looking at this, Senator Wilson kept saying, you have to look at the statute, right? You have to see what was written, because that's what we're responsible to. And yet I think somehow we've sort of morphed away from some of this. So I want you guys to kind of think about the last few years you've been on the board and what really resonates and what doesn't as we go through this exercise. Anybody want to start?
There's the practical reality that has been forced to rely heavily on because original data collection surveys, all of those things are time-consuming, expensive, all of those things are very, very difficult, and the agency is in full possession of a lot of information. So fall into the habit of asking them. The problem with that is that after spending 28 years in state agency, I can tell you that there's a perception of the world that gets developed. And so the information that we get, I'm not saying it's dishonest, but it is filtered and shaped through many, many forces that change its character. So if we could somehow, I know that cost and time and all that are limiting factors, do more original assessment on our own using some of our Some of them are very, very clear. Examples of those would be, in the statute, tracking recidivism. But in our last meeting, I think you heard that they don't practice it, because you have to have, quote, PhD or something to do it. So there are a number of super clear metrics, some of which are not tracked, and we have to ask ourselves, why not? There's a second group that is very, very difficult. It's in our statute, but they're very difficult to get a handle on. There are things like greater collaboration, increased transparency, prevention orientation, the whole cultural thing, integration and service. All that stuff is super important for our intentions, but it's really difficult to measure. And then there's also a group of metrics that we couldn't envision at the time because we didn't know about them. There are things like out-of-state placements that really generated a lot of the office days. That became a huge issue. And then a fundamental disconnect, allegedly, between headquarters and the people who are actually out there doing formable events. So what I'm suggesting here is that we understand that some of the metrics that we want to see aren't possible, and we have to develop new strategies for getting them, and we can't be so reliant on hearing the interpretation of the world from inside the agency. And just one more caveat, I'm not saying that they're dishonest. I'm not criticizing them. What I'm saying is that their vantage point shapes what they believe is, and that doesn't make them dishonest. It makes us, our responsibility is there.
Great, thank you so much, Ben. So, some of the weaknesses I heard was reliant on data from DCYF. It gets shaped, but when it comes out. And then a disconnect between the people who are actually doing the work from, I want to make sure I understand that.
Well, and there are so many metrics that came to us through 1661, grouping them and thinking about them strategically about how do we get to this idea of culture. We know how to track the citizens. We know how to track the number of kids in care, but we don't know how to track some of these things like is it culture change, and neither does the agency. So those are things that we have to really think through, either changing the metrics or helping people understand there are ways of getting a handle on it.
That's great, I love that.
And I think this is an opportunity to think about what we're asking them differently. Because I think we've been asking them to respond to fire hoses and not to talk about what is the strategic plan that they do have inside the agency to meet that. I think also oftentimes reporting data in the 6 categories that the feds are asking for is different than perhaps the data that we're looking for, which is really disaggregated data. And it's an opportunity to support a system inside DCYF to talk to themselves and talk to other agencies who collect data, because I know that's the other piece. The system is not necessarily there for them to do that, and all these things I think are opportunities as we think forward about how we help meet that goal. So great opportunities.
So I'd like to follow up with what Ben said there. By the way, Senator Warnick, I hope you can hear me. I'm trying to speak louder. She's having a hard time hearing. So if we could all pay attention to our microphones, maybe a little better. I don't think the DCYF is dishonest either, okay? But I think the perception of what they see is what's happening, and maybe what, from the leadership, and then you go down the chain, and what they see may not be the same thing. And perhaps I think we, as an oversight board, could probably be well served by listening and having the folks down the chain come in, the people that are actually out in the field doing the work, And when I visit a facility, that's who I want to talk to, is I want to talk to people that are really doing the work and tell me how it's going. But, on the list here, I don't see where we really, and I thought we did, we should have the power to invite anyone from DCYF here, that say if we ask them to be here, they should be here. for the Oversight Board, then we should have the power to do that, and I would like to see that, let that happen. But, I would also like to hear from the folks, that are really doing the work. We talk a lot about communication, but communication is a two-way street. Only half of it's talking, right? And the way I learned it was God gave us 2 ears and 1 mouth for a reason. We could listen twice as much as we talk, right? But, I think there's some advantages, to hearing from the folks that are really doing the work and from around the state. And that's why we split the board up by population, if we could, because the folks, from the other side where I live have a different perspective than the folks over here, and that's not wrong. Don't get me, I'm not saying that's wrong, it's just because, you know what, we're changing the culture, but the culture on the west side of the state is a little different than the culture on the east side of the state, okay? And that's okay. It's supposed to be that way. But, we should keep that in mind when we have folks, you know, and keep that in mind when we look at the overall picture, in my opinion.
One
You were
thing,
sent.
Oh, sorry. I actually noticed 2 things. One is the information access, and I think this was really brought to a forefront for me at our last meeting. So DCYF came in and presented one aspect of juvenile justice, and then we heard from a number of families that said this does not match what our children are experiencing. And so I would like us to see more of getting that information, looking at what really is happening, because that really stood out for me. And I just remember this one parent, like, where is that facility? I'd like my child to be in that facility instead of where they are. And so really drilling down into what is happening, what is the experience of our youth. And then also the number 8 on licensing reviews. I don't know that we have ever had one of those, which makes me wonder if child care facilities know about that. Because I can tell you in the foster parent world, that has been asked for. There, my knowledge, there isn't a way to do that, but it certainly doesn't mean there aren't people who would love to have a review of a decision.
So I would like to comment on that there has been a lot of controversy over that provision, because it's really an executive function to approve child care licenses. And so that's one of the main reasons that it really hasn't gone into effect, because it's, you know, we have the separation of powers, and the executive is responsible for approving licenses.
Thanks for that clarification.
Other, challenges related to separation of power as far as the structure of the board, or have they been resolved?
Yes, the governor's office has identified several issues they have with the bill, because they feel it does violate the separation of powers. The one I just mentioned, and then the nomination of members. That's another one where the governor normally appoints people to commissions, and in the case of the Oversight Board, the legislative members have to approve. So that's one issue that they feel violates the separation of powers. And the last one is the reporting relationship of the executive director. So the executive director serves the board, and we have the ability to hire and fire. But she is an employee of the office of the governor. So that's another concern.
Is there a legislative fix to that?
Well, there have been many discussions about the governor's office would like the commission to become a legislative commission. You know, like JLARC or, you know.
I think we're the only one that operates the way the Oversight Board operates. There's no other anything, any advisory, any commission, anything that operates the same way the Oversight Board does, at least in my short time. in my experience, and I think
Mhm.
that's what Rep. Keg is really, it's different because we don't hire, our secretary either of the agencies, so we don't really have oversight of the individual who runs the agency because they are hired at the, you know, at the will and the want of the executive branch, and so it's a very kind of an odd
Mhm.
situation. So the word oversight in itself has always been a little bit of a wonder to me because there's an oversight over what? And advisory, we have incredible expertise in the room. And so again, as we're thinking about what our opportunities are, to me, it's like, how do we utilize the expertise in this room to be more than just, and to do what we can do, and that's really help move forward when there's challenges and issues. And I think that's an opportunity perhaps that we haven't, and I've only been here a short time, but I don't know how often the expertise of the folks in the room have been utilized to move things forward, or whether the expertise in the room has been a group to report to when there's been a problem. And so I just think there may be a couple of different things we may do and take as an opportunity as we, you know, think forward about how we operate with DCYF. It's an opportunity now, too, with some changes happening to perhaps think forward.
So, you know, to follow up with that a little bit, Claire, some of the members, our past members on this board, when it came time for them to re-up, they did not put their name in because they felt like their time was not well spent, and they didn't think we were really doing a lot. And I get that. I mean, we were struggling and trying to find our way, right? We know that. We've admitted that earlier today. But I think that having an opportunity to challenge what the DCYF is doing or uphold and support what they're doing is something that we can do, and we can help them be all they can be. I know the challenges around licensing, there's been some legal challenges there, but maybe we need a legislative fix to give us the power. I think the way we sit, and maybe we need to change the structure, but the way we sit gives us an independent, we're in a position to be an independent observer, so to speak, or agency to say, this is not working, and we'd like to know how you guys could make it work better. And I think that's something we should think about. I also think that we should think about if just say we have the Secretary of DCYF sitting here and we have some issues, we have to have the ability to go into executive session so this isn't broadcast all over the world, right? That we're challenging something that's happening or upholding something, because if we, you know, maybe we get to the final report is one thing, but when we're in the discussion, sometimes it has to be a little bit more discreet, so we can talk openly, right? Like we're talking openly here today. I mean, I think that's really important that we do that, the ability to do that, because if we're going to provide oversight to an agency like this, we have to have some ability to be open, you know, and challenge one way or the other, and I mean, and that's how we get better, right?
Well, I don't think anybody's arguing for the reduced transparency, but it's not in the best interest of the agency for us to speculate out loud in full public view when it takes time to work through issues, to come up with a reasonable response, and we can't control when there are thousands of people listening. We can't control what part of it they're going to take away from it. So it's a service to the agency for us to be deliberative before we're publicly deliberative.
Can I ask a question for those of us who are not legislatively minded? So what makes us need to do the open meetings, the open meeting? Oh, Barbara. I mean, I guess is that expected of every oversight board, or what makes us go there?
Hi, Barbara Serrano, Senior Policy Advisor with the Governor's Office. I haven't looked at the statute, but I suspect that there is a provision that refers to the open meeting. And I will just mention by way of comparison, there are other state boards and commissions that do not have that provision, either because they've been created under a different mechanism in executive order, and so they are not subject to
clearly, I mean, they're definitely open to them, but the different situation. So I expected that to.
Yes, it is in the statute, but if it weren't in the statute, just by nature of our would not necessarily have to ascribe to the Open Public Meetings Act. Correct. Okay.
I would also point out that ambiguity we experience with that they have a group in this problem, because no matter how many times we tell people, there are thousands of folks listening to you, please don't share too much detail about it becomes so emotional, and the issues are just so important, people can't control that. And so there are some of those discussions that should not be broadcast across the state. I mean, and I think we just have to wrestle with it, because we put people on notice over and over and over again, yet there's still that public expectation that if they bring an issue to us, we're going to do something about it. But that's not within our purview. So that's, maybe I'm getting to the weaknesses thing too often, but that's something that we've got to sort out, I think.
I want to just check in with Senator Warnick and Lois. Do you guys, I'm trying to keep an eye on you, but do you have anything you want to add in?
I don't think I do quite at this point. I agree with several of the statements that have been made. I was just sitting here thinking, I wonder if former Senator O'Ban would appreciate what we've been trying to do. You know, he is a lawyer by trade. He probably understood when he was an advocate for the Oversight Board that it wasn't going to be easy, especially in a public setting. And so but I do feel a little bit prohibited because of being in a public setting from getting the information that we might need that would help us be a true oversight board. I underlined a place where we general oversight, that we are provide oversight to the DCYF's performance and policies and offer advice to them and the governor's office. Sometimes I feel like we're not doing that at all. We might offer policy advice, we might offer other insights, but it doesn't feel like it's at times being listened to. So just to put it bluntly.
I wanted to add that I agree, Ben, with what you're saying about public comment, but I also know that I think it's our job to make sure we remind people when they're in a room, or if they're in the room around that more than one time. And I also know how appreciative individuals are when they are given that floor. I will just share that after the meeting last month, when we did have families come talking about JRA, I had an opportunity to go to an event, a barbecue in somebody's backyard, and lo and behold, ran into two of the family members who had testified and given public comment, if you will, and did have an opportunity to chat with them. And I think part of it sometimes is knowing that we don't necessarily have the answer, but what we do have is a stage and a place for them to share. And then it's up to us, I think, to make sure and reiterate we don't have a power to take a change right now, but we do have the power to take that information back and ask questions. And as legislators, I think, and co-chairs, that is our job to kind of do that. And the follow-up may not be in public, but the wonders and the questions, I think, are, because I think it also allows other people to understand how important their voices are, and that is a place for them to be able to come. Because right now, especially with JRA, there's no place for them. They don't fit into OCO, the Office of Correctional Ombuds, and they also don't fit into OFCO, because JRA is very different, and this is a particular with our change in legislation. So some of the things we have to do are figure out where are those places and spaces we need to make sure we have opportunity in. But I think
It's our job to make sure we're sharing that, but we also, I think it's so important to have that open table in that space.
You said something, that I think is so important, and that is that we do have a role in helping them, agencies, create those spaces where people feel listened to, and that takes us back to the cultural aspects that we're charged with maintaining.
So I would be really interested to hear from the workforce about their perception of this culture change issue. It really was one of the driving forces in my taking this on, because I went out and talked to people in the field, and they were just drowning, and they didn't feel like management was responsive, and had an incredibly punitive human resource system. And I think, you know, really getting a sense directly from people who work for DCYF on child welfare would be very positive, but recognizing it's very hard for people who currently work for the department to be critical of the department. But I also want to hear their perceptions of what has changed, because there have been some very positive changes, and not the least of which is dramatically increasing resources for line workers.
So can I just add on to that, which is one of the things I've been thinking a lot about, is we don't really have a good communication place with what we do with concerns once we hear them. So whether it's public comment, whether it's to stakeholders, we get that information, and then it gets into the minutes, but then we don't really have any way to highlight that, or who do we highlight that to? So in my brain, person, love to see us develop sort of a strategy of, say, identifying the concerns that we hear, where we hear them, and then be able to put those concerns into some sort of communication with, maybe it's the governor's office, or maybe it's DCYF, or maybe it's both. But to have a sense that those concerns are actually going somewhere, and not just waiting for our final report.
Right. Good point. And by the way, I have the striker I put on the bar, the last striker, and Senator Oban actually signed it. And I don't see any reference to the Open Meetings Act. So,
It's number 14 on page 5.
really?
Yeah.
The board is subject to the Open Public Meetings Act, Chapter 42.3 RCW, except.
Okay.
It is.
Yep. My bad.
No, that's okay. I was digging through it too, Ruth, to find it.
I would just add that, regarding the comment about not being able to, currently not doing closed session meetings, to that, you would probably need to get a revision in statute to allow for exceptions for certain types of meetings. I mean, generally, as you know, with local government or state government, it has to be for personnel, for this matter.
So if that was not in the bill, could we, I mean, doesn't the Open Meetings Act still require us to have open meetings?
Yes, but, for example, use the example of the city council, they're subject to the Open Meetings Act, but they can go into closed session for legal matters or for personnel. So, you know, does the Oversight Board have an assistant attorney general, or?
So we have an attorney we work with, and the board itself can go into executive session, which we have done, only related to personnel matters, and it's happened twice, I think, over the 5 years. But we meet frequently with our attorney, who guides us on how we handle OPMA, including this meeting directly.
Okay. So that is.
Can I just give something up too? I might as well just do it. I am doing a bill that's adding JRA to OPCO, so that families will actually have a place to go besides just the Oversight Board. So again, that was because of our legislative change and moving 18 to 25-year-olds into the emerging youth system and into our JRA system. We, in the oversight and in the ombuds, it talks about children, but it doesn't talk about our JRA and our younger our youth and our emerging youth. And so that will also be helpful because there was really no place for them to go, families especially, and why we heard from them, not that we wouldn't have, but they were challenged and they, with having a place and a table to come and actually share their concerns.
Senator Wilson, when DCYF was created then and JR moved in, they aren't covered by the Ombudsman statute. I didn't realize that. Huh.
It was really initially created for child welfare, so that people had an outside way to call attention when kids were in danger. And then it was expanded to include childcare. Maybe wrong about that.
And Office of Correction Ombuds is there, and initially those individuals would have been in our adult system, but because we made that change and they're, although emerging adults are in our youth system, we didn't necessarily make that change, if that makes sense at all, but.
And I just have a question about that. It sounds like prior to the passage of JR 25 in 2019, that community concerns or family concerns about JR did not come up. Well, actually, that was the creation of the department, right? Okay. So I guess I was curious, I'm wondering whether prior to this year there had been, sort of the request for assistance with what's happening inside JR.
I think that was happening through many of our outside organizations like Team Child and such were working and supporting families in that way. But we also know as a legislature, it's our job to also think about that and get voice. And so important that as we think about how we're serving families, that we don't just leave it up to our community organizations, that we take a lead role in that.
Well, if we could only go into executive session for personnel issues, I think we need to expand that ability a little bit. Just to have a conversation about anything, right, that we don't want. Because if everything we say in this room goes out there, then, like one of your pieces here, Elisha, it's like we have to be able to talk openly and honestly. But if we're going out there and we're not going to talk openly and honestly, right? There has to be a time when we can converse privately, and then we can come back and do that. But I think because we're not, this is for the nature of what the board is expected to do on the powers here. I think we have to keep that in mind a little bit too. But before I forget, we were talking about Claire. You said you had some legislation pending. And I did that bill, I think, last year or the year before on the membership, and I worked with Tana on that to do that, and I'm going to run that again. I think I would like to clean up our membership ability a little bit, because I'd like, again, I'd like to see a full board. But, I didn't even think about bringing a copy of that for this board to look at. Perhaps we could maybe pull that up, and if you guys would like to see that, before I forget. So maybe later would be more appropriate, but.
Just so I'm following, you mean the open positions,
There's two things I talked about. One was the Open Meetings Act and the executive session. The second thing with the bill had to do with the membership on the Oversight Board, okay? And how we, for the different slots and how we identified who could be eligible to serve.
Yeah. Yep. Great, thank you. We are about to review everything that's been written up, but I want to give an opportunity to Lois or Senator Warnick if you have any last additions for this particular activity. I say Warnick saying no. I'm not seeing Lois. Okay. Yeah, possible. Okay.
Okay, so I'm going to do this in part for you, Senator Warnick, on the Zoom, I'm gonna go through and just kind of do a quick synopsis of what we've written down. And if people say something that we got wrong, please jump in and tell us so we can correct it. So we started with strengths, which I have to tell you, we're slow in coming, but here we go. Opportunity, we have the opportunity to invite DCYF into our meetings. We get access to their information, and we have a broad range of expertise on the board. We have the ability to go into executive session, but only related to personnel matters. Public comments give the family and stakeholders a chance to have a place to share, and we do have access to an assistant AG. So those were the strengths I got. But well, I'll ask you if there's any more you want to add after I finish my little synopsis.
But, you know, back to the AG, just before I forget, as I recall, our AG used to come to our meetings. Yeah.
Yeah, and then she had some health issues, I think, and was off for a while. Is that correct? Where's Nicholas?
We had a change, I think, and then I'm not sure, I
Yeah.
kind of lost track.
And then there's a change, and now we have a
Yeah.
new, do you remember what her name? Okay, yes, we do have a new AG, and our hope is that she will again start coming to meetings.
Perfect.
Okay. Weaknesses. Oh, we had a few of those. We're reliant on data from DCYF, which is shaped by DCYF, kind of comes through their filter. We have a disconnect with people who are doing the work. How do we measure the change in culture? The weaknesses, how are we not just responding to fire hose questions? Lack of understanding of those with lived experience. So we've said that a couple different places. Licensing review. Do people really know about it? And then we realize that it's actually an executive function, so therefore it's not happening. So I did put in over there that might be something that we want to modify the statute for. Also, similarly, nomination of members was another area that Ruth mentioned. It may be in violation of the separation of powers because it's usually appointed by the governor, but we have legislative approval, right, for our members. And also the hiring of the executive director. So those were all kind of those areas where we might be in violation of the separation of powers. Is that correct? Get that right?
I have a question.
Yes.
The executive director, who are we referring to, division or? Oh, executive director
Of our board.
of the board.
Yeah. Good question. Okay. Other weaknesses. Is oversight really the right title? We've all had a lot of questions about that because we are the DCYF Oversight Board. Past members may have felt that time was not well spent here, and so they didn't want to re-up their time. Speculate out loud. I'm not sure, what was that one?
Oh. So
Lois has her hand up.
I'll just answer this really quickly, and then, Lois, I'd love to hear what you're going to say. So speculate out loud, the Open Public Meetings Act doesn't allow us to speculate out loud.
Go ahead, Lois.
So I think one of the weaknesses is the way that we use public testimony. And one of the things that I did not share in being part of one of the co-chairs of the Early Learning Advisory Council when I first came into that role. And Ruth can attest to this, what we used to do was sit around in a square, similar to kind of what we do, and would hear reports without having any real, the public would have a minute or two to be able to speak. And as we changed that format and allowed community members to ask questions and that type of thing, the engagement grew and it became more robust discussions, and to be able to share information from community members with DCYF. And I'm just wondering why we have this format, and do we have to keep it that way, or is it something we can change where, at the end of someone sharing about how DCYF policies have positively or negatively impacted their life, the only response they hear is "thank you for sharing"?
You know, I think one of the real dilemmas for the Oversight Board is the danger that we become an appeal from the decision that a caseworker has made or that a licensor has made. And that really is not the function of this board. So it's how do we get to the, you know, what is going right and wrong with implementation or with a policy without turning oversight board meetings into grievance sessions.
Okay, that's great. We put both of those comments up under opportunities and threats, so we'll get to that in just a second. We did have a lot of discussion about the public comment period. One was, we already mentioned that it does allow for the public to have a place to share, but at the second time, it's a little bit difficult because many of the individual cases are not within our purview, and the sense is that advice is being listened to, but not really acted upon. So we don't really have a communication plan in place for what we do with that information that we're gathering during the public comment period. And then I also have the last one was the open spots on the board, which has been a real issue, but fortunately we're starting to make some movement. I mean, hopefully Aisha's going to talk about that at some point today, about some of the new appointees we may have coming. Okay.
Could I put a final point on the issue of listening to case-related activity? Doesn't that overlap with the ombudsman's role?
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
Yeah.
and if the ombudsman person is there looking at case-related decisions, why would it come here?
Because we are an open forum who will listen.
Yeah.
I mean, and we've certainly seen that.
Yeah, or let me clarify it, why should it come here, or why
Right.
does it come here? If it's a child welfare-related case,
Mm-hmm.
and the issue on the table is how they were treated, how the decisions were made,
Mm-hmm.
that is expressly the role of the ombudsman. And if they could also do the same thing with the JR case,
Mm-hmm.
then isn't that ample listening for people?
I can speak as the foster parent representative. So people feel that the ombudsman cannot do anything to intervene in an individual case. So when someone is feeling wronged, the perception in the foster parent community is the ombudsman won't do anything, and so they see this as another avenue to share.
But they do have the authority.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
In theory.
By statute.
Yeah. That is not my purview.
The ombudsman.
Right. I mean, to the question of whether
Yeah, I liken it to a school board meeting where you have public comment and you allow people to have a place. It doesn't mean you're responding, and which is, I know we've had this conversation as a board. It feels very hard when you hear people share their heart and their soul that you do not respond, but it's a forum for public comment. And I think the more places we allow that, and then the most important thing is, what do we do with that? And
Right.
part of it is we don't have to do anything except for make sure, in my mind, that we connect that individual to the process or the system or the person or the place that will give them the answers to the challenges that they're dealing with. And so I think that as a role, rather than our goal is not to solve their problem, because we cannot do that, but we do have access to the door that we could open for them, if you will, to send them to the right direction. Doesn't mean they'll agree with what that outcome is, but again, as long as, you know, we're doing the right thing for the right reason, to me, that's why this space is so important. Yeah.
I guess my question then is, are they aware
Yes.
that there is no,
Yes.
that we're simply listening and we don't really have any authority?
So there's a whole statement that we say before the public comment, and in that is included that the ombuds's office is the correct place to go. However, I think, just like Katie says, my experience is we are listening to people who've already gone to the ombuds office and feel like they didn't get the answer they wanted, so then they come to us thinking maybe we can do something. Well, and I've heard that a lot of times they'll say, I've gone to DCYF and they aren't listening. I've gone to the ombuds, they aren't listening. So I'm coming to you because maybe you'll listen. And then, yeah, so that's kind of a conundrum a bit. Okay, I'm
So
gonna move us
perhaps,
along.
From, one of the, descriptions we used when we were putting this together was the oversight board would be looking from the 30,000-foot level to see what's happening. So we're talking about, you go to DCYF, no response, ombuds, no response, and they come here. Perhaps our role would be not necessarily to make that decision. Perhaps we should look at what's not working and make recommendations to change things if they're not working. And like Katie said, I've heard it a zillion times that the ombuds doesn't do anything. The answer you get is not, it never seems to be different than what the answer was. And so perhaps our role would be to recommend to the legislators to look at maybe making a change and how some of these issues are handled, if that's a possibility. I mean, because I'm all in for listening, but I don't think we should just listen and not do anything about it. I think we should take a look and see if it warrants change or not. I mean, some things will, some things won't, but I think that could be part of our role.
Yeah, and I think it's a little bit of a somewhat challenging place to be, right? Because we don't want to become that appeals board, right?
No, we're not.
Right. So if we open that door, then, I think we just have to be very thoughtful about how we're going to do that. And maybe there's a different structure that we want to channel those kind of questions to. Like you said, it's linking them to something.
And Lois has
Diane, I have an additional strength I'd like to add.
Oh,
Yeah,
goodness.
and I think Lois has I don't know if she's got an additional.
All right,
to
Lois,
this
you'll be next. I'm
conversation.
going to listen to, we're going to get from Ruth first, and then I'll get to you, okay?
So one of our strengths is the ability to listen to stakeholders and to invite stakeholders. And I remember we went over to Wenatchee and we met with several agencies that administer child welfare and talked to foster parents and talked to DCYF workers, and it was very constructive and insightful. And when we have invited the union to come in and talk to us about what is actually happening, I mean, the danger is always that you will hear just people's concerns and criticisms. And I think we have to find a way to balance that with the tremendous progress that's been made by DCYF. But I think that power to convene stakeholders and to interact with them is really one of our greatest strengths, and we haven't used it in the last few years.
So let's jump in.
Yeah, thank you. So I think where the disconnect comes in is the public's perception of what an oversight board is supposed to do, even though it's very clear on the website, you may share out that information, that type of thing. When people think of oversight, they think of, what they see, which is, on the federal level where you're bringing in these department heads and the folk that are there are asking them tough questions and not as much throwing softballs, depending upon who is asking and who's, in charge of the committee at the time. So I think someone mentioned about possibly changing our name from oversight. And I'm sure as a group will come up with something else, but I think whether that has to be in statute, if we aren't going to function in the way that the public perceives that we should be functioning, then we should change our name, or at least consider that and come up with some alternatives.
The other thing I wanted to share, I think, which is a strength, is our use of the virtual reality and the hybrid reality as we think about working with tables of folks who are engaged in the work across the state, especially as we think about what's happening on the other side of the mountains. And I know for myself, that has given me an opportunity to meet with on an ongoing basis with folks. And I think one of the things we could think about is that, you know, I've heard from both Dr. Levy and from Rep. Kagi about the visits that the board used to take, and it could be also that we invite folks to come into our space and don't necessarily have to make the travel, but actually could invite them in, because there are so many organizations that DCYF DAO does integrate with and have ongoing conversations with, and we kind of heard that, and we'll talk a little bit more about that later. But I think, again, it's a strength that we could utilize in a way we haven't necessarily done to make sure we have voices of folks that are actually impacted by the systems we're talking about, whether it's staff or community.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to move us on because we have a break coming, and everybody probably is ready for one. Okay, so opportunities. We have the, so these are things that we can consider in the future. We have the ability to do our own data analysis, not necessarily reliant on filtered data from DCYF. And I have to say we picked the right ED because she's a data monger, so she might be able to help us with that. We have the opportunity to ask different questions, to talk to people. This has come up several times, to talk to people who are doing the work, stakeholder input, need to hear from the workforce. We need to keep our eye on the differences that exist between east and west side of the mountains, or at least be aware of them as we are thinking about things. Legislative commission, that's...
So I think that was an opportunity that we could be under a legislative commission. I believe that's what was said. Or that would be a statute modification.
Yeah, we have this other little statute modification thing that we've kept on the board here, kind of like a parking lot to think about in the future for our next concrete steps. Utilize expertise. We have the opportunity to do that certainly around the table, and challenge what DCYF is doing. We talked a little bit about how that's kind of hard because of the Open Public Meetings Act. Help create spaces for public comment within the agency, create a communication plan, opportunity to expand the ability to go into executive session possibly, maybe a change, and this is something Lois just brought up, change to a more interactive public comment, or bringing in comments during the meeting, focusing on implementation and focusing on what's not working system level. Yes.
So I think the idea was instead of focusing at the individual level, what I heard was, again, focusing overall, like more at the 30,000-foot level of what's not working.
Thank you. And then we don't have too many threats, but the two that we wrote down were hard for workers to be critical at DCYF, and the concern that we might become a place for appeal, like individuals appealing the process. And then in terms of possible statute modifications in the future, these were just some things that I put up here, and we can talk more about that. Licensing, do we need to change to a more of a legislative committee, a change to the Open Public Meetings Act, expand ability to go into executive session, clean up membership bill from Representative Dunt, and do we need to change our name from Oversight? Whew, that was great.
That was a lot.
But everybody needs a break. What do you want to?
Thank you so much for being my co-facilitator, Dr. Levy. Okay, so we're a little behind schedule, so it's 11:23. Why don't we go until 11:35? Does that sound good for people?
Yep.
And then we have lunch coming soon, so great. Thank you so much. So see you at 11:35.
I hope people got some food or maybe a little bit of water. And before we jump into our next activity, which is actually quite short, I just wanted to say that you can join us. And so I would love to introduce her as she takes food. This is one of my talents, is I ask people questions. I ask people questions right when they take a bite of food. It is a special talent that I have. But Barbara Serrano has joined us, and if you could just introduce yourself, and we all did 1-minute bios. You know, anything you can share that might be relevant to the board.
Sure. Nice to meet everyone. Apologize for coming in late. I had another meeting. I serve as the Senior Policy Advisor on Public Safety for the Governor. and I've been in this position, all told, I guess I would say 2.5 years. And in that role, part of that portfolio includes, JR, juvenile rehabilitation, criminal justice, courts, corrections, law enforcement training. I also work on clemency petitions. I review the clemency petitions that come from the Clemency and Pardons Board for the governor. And previously, actually, I started out my career as a journalist. I was a newspaper reporter and editor for many years. Worked for the Seattle Times many, many years ago. And the LA Times, my particular interest was actually criminal justice at the time, investigative reporting, government. And after I left the LA Times, I went to the Yakima Herald and worked there as managing editor for 4 years. So I feel like I do have a benefit of perspective, having lived on both sides of the mountain, which I think is really important when discussing statewide issues. I have a particular, I would say, personal interest in the interest of rural Washington, particularly a very large and growing Latino population that I worry often gets overlooked or remains invisible in policy discussions. I left journalism in 2010, went to law school, and began working as the assistant city prosecutor in the city of Seattle, where I live. Worked there for 4.5 years, and then I went to the state attorney general's office, where I did similar work, but under Bob Ferguson, and did similar work focusing on financial crime, tax fraud, et cetera. And really enjoyed traveling around the state as an attorney and really getting to learn about the different court jurisdictions that we have, 39 different counties, 39 different ways that the courts operate. And it was in 2022 that I first had the opportunity to work for Governor Inslee as a senior policy advisor. I am today, so thank you.
Welcome, and thank you for sharing all of that. Like me, you are, I think, our newest member to the board, so welcome, welcome.
Yes. Can I just, of course, I'm going to insert one thing that Tom, I'm going to use his first name, reminded us that the first point under Code of Conduct and Operation is to use first names only, no titles. So we're going to try that.
Thank you, Doctor.
Try that again.
Tom, I really do appreciate you bringing that to our attention, so thank you for that. And Diane, thank you for that reminder.
You're welcome.
So one of the things that I shared earlier in the morning were the 5 key takeaways, top takeaways that I gleaned from my meetings with each of the board members, and I was able to meet with almost all of you. And I thought it might be useful to see which of these takeaways actually fall under our statute. And it may be the case that my summary in the one-pager could be a little lacking, but you do have the statute in your folders, and it does look like this. It's the kind of lighter font, and if someone doesn't have it, I have a copy. Okay, we should have extra folders. I'm hoping we should have 10, and it looks like Barbara might need one as well. Oh, okay, great. And just want to make sure everyone does have if you don't, raise your hand if you don't have a copy of the statute, Code of Washington. And as I mentioned earlier, the Oversight Board portion begins on page 3, section 8A, I believe. So this is a shorter activity. We are hoping to break for lunch at noon and have a nice hour-long lunch before we start up again. But really wanted to ask you all and really do some thought work around which of these top takeaways really fit within the statute, or to what extent do they or do they not? And just really kind of capture that as we're thinking about what really came across in what people were thinking about board members when they met with me. And so again, the first thing they were thinking about is they really wanted greater clarity about role and purpose. Second, strengthening the board's oversight functions. Third, equally prioritizing the DCYF workforce in addition to those that they serve. 4, people thought it would be helpful to have a strategic plan. And 5, increased community involvement. And again, these are rank ordered, so this number 1 came up the most, and number 5 didn't come up as frequently. I think 3 people said number 5. So interested in any initial thoughts about which of these are in the statute or to what extent they may be?
Point of clarification. So you're asking us to look at the 5 takeaways and see if we can find any reference to these specific items in the statute?
Yes. Or one way to kind of see a summary of the statute is actually to go to what I call a 1-pager. And it's actually a 2-pager, but I'm going to show you what it looks like. And there is, I actually had this printed. So these are the powers that can be exercised by the majority vote of the board. And this is on that, quote, 1-pager. And so this really does come from the statute. It may not have the exact words. I did do some, for clarity, I truncated a couple of phrases here and there, but it should really capture what's in the statute, these powers over here.
Well, I think one of the easiest ones to see that does sort of fall under the statute is the last one, increased community involvement. It does have, it's actually one of the activities is at least twice a year have stakeholder engagement focused on contacting use of funds and other matters related to the duties of the department. So that stakeholder engagement is written within the work activities. Yes. I see that too.
So number 11 on there, on page 5, you know, it specifically states the board has general oversight over the performance and policy of the department and to provide advice and input to the department and the governor. So if you look at, you know, some of the things that we're trying to accomplish here, I mean, we really don't know about the performance and the policies unless we reach out to not only the leadership of DCYF, but the folks further down the chain, like we put on there, and increasing community involvement, which would be the stakeholders. And I don't know that we've listened to those people probably as much as it would have been more appropriate to listen to them more, because they might have some answers for us that we weren't receiving simply because of the way the communication works, right? It's not, nobody's wrong, it's just that we're not listening to everybody. So, and I think pretty much that's, and then the oversight functions, I think our oversight functions are there, we just have to decide that we want to do them. And I would honestly be a little bit careful about wanting to change what the functions are until we spend a year or so, or maybe 2 years, going through that and seeing how they could work. I mean, we put this together for a reason, and I don't remember every reason for every word that's in here, but obviously we did that, and I think that we should take a look at, well, we did that, let's see how we could make that work within the board, and then if it doesn't work after we try it, then we can make it a change. That makes sense.
It does, it does. I do have a question of clarification. So based on what you just said, my understanding was strengthen board's oversight functions is in the statute.
So, you know, the statute is very broad, and one of the functions is to assure that the new department complies with administrative acts, relevant statutes, rules, and policies pertaining to early learning, juvenile rehab, juvenile justice, and children and family services. So, you know, when you look at the tasks that are given to the oversight board, it's impossible and is a recipe for frustration. So I think that first number 1 issue on takeaways greater clarity about role and purpose, part of that is we need to focus. And we need to identify exactly where we want to put our focus in the coming years, or 5 years, so that we really understand whatever issue we're taking on and can make meaningful recommendations.
Get a microphone.
Guilty of using that word clarity a lot. And listening to Ruth and thinking about it a little bit more, it's really prioritization because it is so broad. So what are we going to do the highest priority? Because we certainly can't do it all.
That's really helpful, and I like that, taking, what are we going to prioritize? And it's very action-oriented. And that I think you said, Ruth, that it could change, right? It's not necessarily the way it's going to be.
But we do need to focus.
Yes, do need to focus.
I'll just add, and honestly, it's the first time I've reviewed the statute closely, but subsection 10 outlines specific powers of the board under subsection 10A through H. And these are all very work intensive, receiving reports, obtaining access to records, held by the Ombud, family and children, requesting investigations, requesting and receiving information about all sorts of different divisions, children and family welfare, juvenile rehabilitation, juvenile justice, and early learning. This could be a full-time board. With several staff. With several staff. Yes. I mean, as I review this.
Absolutely.
This is a lot of the work that occurs at the SBO, at the corrections. It's very expensive, and so, I mean, on the one hand, it's very broad, but I think there's also discretion by the board to determine what it wants to focus on. And if it really wanted to, I mean, arguably, I could have more resources to really hire a full-time staff to do all these things. I'm not suggesting that, but that's how broad the statute is.
Excellent point.
I had some, wonders about things like the, what's changed in 5 years? Like when we talk about performance-based contracts, is that something that's a requirement and that someone else is looking for that? Or is that no one looking for that and we're the only ones? And the same thing with licensing, are we the only ones? Or what are the other systems that may be in place or may have been created since this legislation has been put in place that may no longer need us to focus on that because there is that focus somewhere else? And I'm not saying that that necessarily is true, but I think we are doing a disservice if we don't look and wonder what's changed, right? And what we could maybe take off the plate. That was really more of a function of the initial creation and the initial intent of the legislation, and then what has been implemented, and now, again, what do we need to hang on to, and potentially what, how do we need to focus in? So I just wonder about some of the things. We add things to the plate, but sometimes we don't take things off, and just curious.
Well, I don't know that we have to take them off the plate here because it says board has the following powers, which may be exercised by a majority vote of the board. So we don't have to do all of this unless we choose to. I'm not sure we want to take them off. We leave them on there, and then there may come a day when one of these things that we've never touched, we decide we better take a look at this, and then we can have a vote, right? I mean, I think that was a pretty good statement that we put in there. I remember that one.
I guess the question would be, is somebody, not that anybody really looks at the statute, but if somebody were to, would they say, well, why aren't you doing that? Do they have that expectation, if it's in the statute, that we're going to do that? Right. I mean, I could see somebody coming in and saying, well, why aren't you doing this licensing? Because it's in your statute, and I just don't know whether we need to reflect on how we make that more clear, if that's really not something we're going to do, or whether we leave it ambiguous in case.
We can always point to this which may be exercised by a majority vote, and I think that's our, our key. And then, well, we haven't worked on that. It's not like we don't have anything to do. It's like, well, if we need to look at that, then we could determine to go that direction, but maybe the board does feel that's important.
I see Lois has a hand up.
Thank you so much. Lois?
Thank you. I just wanted to share that there's so much in the statute that we haven't done or haven't implemented in our work. I shouldn't say so much, but there are aspects of it that we haven't. So maybe as opposed to looking at what we need to take away, our focus should be on what's missing and adding those parts in. And then once we put in what's missing, to then go back in the future as we round this out and then say, well, maybe this isn't what we should look at. But for now, I feel that our focus should be on adding in what's missing versus subtracting.
Thank you. I really appreciate that perspective. And I think something that might lend itself to that is an activity that we're doing this after lunch, where we think about our current challenges, what are our stakeholder needs, what are we hearing from DCYF? So I like that perspective. Thank you.
A question about the strategic plan. So in my mind, I'm kind of like you, Ben. I want to be very concrete at the end of this meeting. I'd like to have some real action plan in place, whether we call it a strategic plan. Strategic plan sort of has an icky kind of feel to it, but whether we want to call it, an action plan of how we get to the next steps, I think that may not be in the statute, but I think it's our purview certainly to put something like that together.
Action items, great. Which is part of prioritizing to me.
Seems to me that with Secretary Hunter's latest, I guess he sent something out pretty widely. I saw the video this morning. Gives us an opportunity to freeze frame things, because if I were entering that job, the first thing I'd want to know is who are the key constituencies out there, and how do I introduce myself to them? And this would be one of those. And the extent to which we could be real clear about what priorities are when the new person comes in, I think it gives us an opportunity.
So I want to thank everyone who's been sharing, because this is a hard topic, right? Like, this is not something that, we jump into and we solve right away. So also want to invite those people who haven't had an opportunity to say something to, if they have something to add, this would be a great time. Also, if you're like me, I often need time to think and reflect, so I understand that as well. Okay, with that, it is lunchtime, so I want to let you know we have 60 minutes for lunch, so we're going to come back a little bit before 1 p.m. Sandwiches are in the back. I believe they're labeled, so that should be a help. We have beverages in the back as well. I hope we are able just to chat with each other, just really casually, and thank you all. This has been a really productive morning, and I just really appreciate everyone feeling comfortable to speak. It's been really positive, so thank you. Have a great lunch. Plenty of beverages back there, so help yourself. So what we're going to do now as we move into the afternoon is we're going to actually do something simple. We're going to consider approval of the August 28th, 2024 meeting minutes. And those were sent out to the board, I believe, about a week and a half ago. So I'd like to request that the board consider approval of the August 28, 2024 meeting minutes. Does anyone have any edits or feedback to the minutes? Is there a motion to approve these minutes?
Second.
With that, the minutes are approved. Great. So now I'd like to turn it over to, we're not using titles, so Claire, who is going to provide some reflections on a recent meeting that the co-chairs, Nicholas and I, had with DCYF leadership and also more folks than we anticipated. So, yes, so you've got a mic. Wonderful.
Right. So we requested a meeting, both Diane and I as brand new co-chairs and also Lisa as the new ED, thought it was a perfect time to have some conversation and kind of think about what our role was going to be as we started to plan the retreat and how we could have the conversation to help us kind of formulate maybe what our next steps might be. So we met on the 15th and were pleasantly surprised that we had a big old owl in the room just like this and had the entire leadership board of DCYF in that room with us. So not just Allison and not just Ross, but everybody from every division. I think there were 2 or 3 people that were missing because they were literally, like Felice Upton was at Green Hill doing her thing. So there were a couple that weren't there, but the majority and the leadership was there. So that was a big surprise. And we started really by, they wanted to know what we wanted to know, and Lisha kind of was a great start, and we kind of turned it around and said it's really more about what do you want us to know, and what's kind of been working and what hasn't, and how do we as an oversight board kind of think about our work as we move forward as a group, and how we can have, more of a productive, I think, landscape and focus. And so the first response they had was to make sure that, and what they would really look for is the opportunity to have more regular conversations with us and with the community as a whole, and that there are many, many stakeholder groups that are overlapping in their memberships that they speak with all the time. And so as we were chatting, I just want you to see on my paper, I have these scratches down the side. That was just for me, all the groups I know already that they interact with, that we don't necessarily know as a board. And so when we're talking about community interactions, and which is why this conversation this morning was so helpful, because much of what we were wondering or asking is the very same thing that they've been pondering as well. And that they really, as a whole, want to have a more regular and ongoing conversation with us, so it isn't just about things that happen when there's a press release or when there is a problem that's going on. And they want to shift the dynamic as well, from just showing up and feeling like they got to feed us the information. We want to really having it be meaningful and make a difference for all of us. And they would also really be interested in making sure we know the work that's happening by all the other groups and coordinating a way where those different groups could potentially be the ones that share with us as we're talking about the information, not only the good things, but also the challenges that they are dealing with in every bucket, if you will, that DCYF oversees. The other thing I asked them is whether there was a visual of all the stakeholder groups they're working with, and there wasn't. And so that is something they're going to come up with, and I think as an oversight board that will be helpful for us to see who they interact with, and those are maybe the folks, as we're talking about what does boots on the ground look like and feel like that we could plug into and get some information on. They also talked about, and I'm just going to be really honest, that they didn't want the oversight board a place for people to be fearful to show up to. And there's been some protection of individuals that are in lower levels of leadership, because there's been some feelings that, people are doing the best they can with what they have, and oftentimes have left the meeting maybe feeling as if they were responsible as opposed to the messenger, that they actually were individually responsible for what the challenges were that were being placed in front of them. And so, and they were really honest about that, and we were very appreciative of that honesty in that room. And we asked for that because I think that's the only way we're going to make a difference.
So Claire, is
yeah.
that like the JJ
wasn't necessarily the JJ conversation. I just think historically when we've asked, and I say we, because I'm, you know, I'm relatively new, but I think when we've asked, for reports on things, it's not maybe necessarily with the intent of the reporting might be, or what's, you know, is it to respond to a press release? Is it being called to the table because something was wrong? Or is it about having conversations around strategic planning or challenges or whatever? I, you know, we didn't deeply go into that. All I know is there was a sense that they felt like they had to protect, as opposed to feel like this was a place that was 100% supportive of helping them do their job. Am I reflecting accurately, or maybe you have some other?
Well, the thing I remember is they were talking about sort of not wanting to be responding to the quote hot button issue of the day.
Yeah.
Instead of being able to have sort of a more proactive relationship where they could come to us with topics that they would appreciate input on. For example, the example Ross gave was they just had an hour-long discussion on diversity, equity, and inclusion, and they would love to bring that discussion to the board to get our input on. Yeah. Versus having to respond to, you know, I'm thinking they didn't say JR, but something like JR or some of the issues that have come up.
I mean, Oakley is an example, you know, and it wasn't that wasn't okay, because it was a place where public comment could take place, but I think sometimes when those things were going on, they felt like they needed to respond to that, as opposed to there wasn't necessarily, they didn't, yeah, that just was put out on the table. And I guess part of that was this idea of having an opportunity to talk and update and talk to the board, as opposed to feeling like they've always had to respond to the board. So rather than coming as a place where they could use our expertise, because that was one of the questions I asked them was, do you know the expertise that you have on this board? And have you ever come and asked the experts for input? And not necessarily so. So,
well, he
yeah.
mentioned that they have 49 advisory groups at the last count, so
Yeah.
I suspect they have a lot of people giving them advice.
Yeah. So anyway, and so they would love to come to us for collective, collaborative problem solving, providing information, thinking forward, and helping being planful. But it was a wonderful opportunity for us to do some shifting with them. And I'm just going to be honest too, as we think about transitions, there'll be a transition now at DCYF. So again, an opportunity to think about ahead with the new leadership. That isn't based on what was, but based on what is and what can be. Hope that does it.
That was excellent. Thank you so much for summarizing that. We have a little bit of time. Did anyone have any questions before we move on?
I did want to say that they have a list of the 24 priorities. That was the other thing, has they ever shared their legislative priorities? And so kind of what their outcome of their priorities was, and also what are they looking at as decision package and as their legislative priorities as they come into 2025, they're also going to share that.
Ruth.
Well, we have really enjoyed, I think, a good relationship with the department. The leadership has, for the most part, been here when we've asked them to. And I just hope that continues. I'm not sure it will with the change in administration. I mean, Ross was there when the bill was passed, and he was the first secretary, and he's very invested in it. So I think it's going to be, we're going to have to really strategize about, okay, how do we make ourselves relevant to a...
Oh, Lois, yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. I have a question, and it's a little bit related to this topic, but I wanted to find out, in light of there being a change in the secretary, as the oversight board that has a big interest in who is in that seat, do we have the authority
to at least send a letter to whoever the new governor is going to be to state what we would like to see that person possess, who is going to, as far as their background, who's going to take over that role? Is that outside of the scope of what we can do?
That is a great question, Lois. I think something that the board has traditionally done is write, recommendations. However, in this particular case, I don't think we have that authority, but I would really be interested in other people's perspectives.
Yeah, because this would be the first time, of course. Because Ross has been there since the inception of DCYF. So I don't think it says that we cannot do something like that. So I'm curious. I think her hand up.
This is Barbara Serrano from the governor's office. I don't see anything in the statute that says the board cannot meet with the new governor to offer input, suggestions, reflections about the last administration and the interest of the board in the new leadership. I mean, I would imagine that the new governor would be interested in all stakeholders, including this board, in receiving input on the leadership of a particular agency. So I would say, I don't know that the board should necessarily take a vote or anything, or have a meeting with every single member, but maybe just send a few members and ask for a meeting. Let's see, why not? My other comment was just with respect to the interest or the expressed interest of the agency to have a more ongoing conversation and engagement with the oversight board. I would encourage the board to include the governor's liaison as part of that relationship, because ultimately the agency answers to the governor. So I think it would be really good to include the governor's representative as much as possible. It's not always.
Is there an early learning policy advisor at this point?
Yes. Morgan Wilson. Morgan Wilson? Morgan. The woman, yes. She has taken over the other parts of Sydney's portfolio.
And Barb, I just had a question of clarification. You mentioned the liaison to the governor's office. So do you mean
so whoever is in my position?
Okay. So when we meet with DCYF, for example, on a monthly basis, as executive director and administrative coordinator, we would invite you to those meetings as well.
I would encourage,
Yes.
it's optional.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
That's great. Thank you.
Yeah. Just a suggestion.
Yeah, appreciate it.
Well, I think we have the authority to write a letter if we wish to support. The number 11 of this policy, it kind of says we have a general oversight over the performance and policies of the department, and shall provide advice and input to the department and the governor. We can provide advice, and I think if we saw a real glitch with someone maybe that we were looking to put in the secretary's position, I think we'd be amiss not to step up and say, we have concerns with the individual, or this person really fits, right? If we are going to have oversight over the department, we should maybe say something that's fair.
Thank you, Tom, for pointing that out. I see we have a hand raised. Judy?
Yes, thank you. So Claire, I am glad you and others met with the staff, some of the staff from DCYF. And it was interesting to hear some of the comments that they felt maybe we were attacking, or I don't know. But I remember making a comment at one of our oversight board meetings after a public testimony, and I guess you would call it the hot button issue of the day. It was those folks would come every meeting, about the loss of a child. And it was so frustrating to me. Now, I learned today that, that's not our position as an oversight board to necessarily get all the answers while there's investigations going on. But I made a comment about we seem to be more concerned about protecting the adults in the room than protecting children. And I would like them to know, the staff to know, and if you're going to keep working with them, we want to protect their jobs. We want to protect them too. But it's so frustrating when we have these horrific cases that just no resolution. And there's a lot of finger pointing. And maybe I was one of them with that comment that we are protecting the adults, not the children. So I hope that you're able to impart that we want to make this work for everybody, the children, the adults, and the board. So, I learned more about what our board, especially this morning, what our board objectives, our board capabilities are. And so I think we need to move forward, but we need to protect those workers as well. So that's just my 2 cents.
Can I just say, I totally agree, it's the and both, and I don't want to reflect the fact that they didn't feel like this was a place where issues could be brought forward. But I do think they were feeling as if that was kind of what maybe in our own question as board members, what our role is,
Right.
that was really the role we were playing, and that we didn't maybe ask them to do other things, which is also being okay about being a thought partner with them as they move forward. So clearly we do need to have this place and space. So for me, it's that and both, Judy. Senator Warnick, I was going to say Judy.
No, that's right.
So I totally hear you. And I just think, again, it's what I say is we also oftentimes have set them up in many ways to do unfunded mandates. And when we have required much of them, that does not oftentimes, and sometimes the money, again, those individuals feel very responsible as opposed to thinking that they're representing a system. They feel like they're representing, themselves and their work. So just wanted to put that out there and really appreciate your thinking.
Yeah, thank you.
I guess one of my take-homes from that meeting with DCYF was the challenge that we have on sort of threading this needle, if you would, between providing, quote, general oversight, which by its very nature is going to feel negative to DCYF, right? I think this was one of your interview questions, Elisha, when you were interviewing. It's that yin and yang, right, of we have that, and we also want to support them. Can't just support them without providing oversight. So somehow this is part of this discussion today. How do we do this? I like to think of it in a constructive fashion. And how do we identify concerns without being sort of gotcha moment, right? And how do we move those concerns? And this is something Barbara and I were talking about at lunch. How do we move those concerns, if we have them, to the appropriate person that does truly have oversight, which may be the governor's office? So those are kind of some thoughts.
So I wonder in this transition, if in our report, we could look at what changes have taken place over the past 5 years with the creation of the department, and what some of positive changes have been, and the continuing challenges. And also, look at the performances. But I think it's really, the letter from, or the press release from Allison really highlights some of the accomplishments of the department, and I really think people need to know about that. They have lot of work that remains.
Yeah, I think elevating that is perfect, especially in that annual report. I think it's, you know, not just with the performance indicators, but in addition to, I think, and it is nice to see that in the press release, you know, those accomplishments being listed. I appreciated that as well. Any last thoughts, comments? Judy, it looks like your hand is up, but maybe that's from earlier? No. Okay, great. Thanks for clarifying. Well, thank you for that summary. It was definitely an illuminating meeting, and just really, I think, a way for us to really start talking about how do we strengthen this relationship and what can it look like. So really thankful that we had the time to have that.
So, can I say one more thing?
Of course.
You know, and I really appreciate Ruth bringing up, you know, we've done a lot of good things, the department has. We know that. We've accomplished a lot. It's really easy, it's easier to throw rocks than it is to sing praises, right? And I think that we can all get caught up in throwing rocks. And I think we need to be focused on, you know, looking at what we've done, what we've accomplished, because we have accomplished a lot. But by the same token, you know, we need, you know, number 5 says the department is accountable to the public, and that's okay too. And it's okay if we ask questions. I think we need to ask the question and let them answer it. You know, I think that's fair. And I will tell you, we had a meeting, and we were over in that other building that we had one of our meetings, and we were kind of a hybrid thing. And when I was still the chair, and Ross was there and gave a presentation, and it was a good presentation. But I took a lot of flack for that later on because I didn't hold his feet to the fire. And I thought, well, I kind of thought I did, right? That I didn't want to be rude or anything, you know, in a public setting. And I think we have to be conscious of the fact that there are people watching us. But maybe, you know, as I discussed it with some of the individuals, and I realized, well, maybe I should have asked a couple of questions, you know, that people are interested in knowing, and then let them answer the questions. You know, not me to be the bad guy, but let them, okay, here's the question, answer the question, okay? And because the people want to know, and I think if we're just kind of careful how we phrase that, might be, and that keeps us in a more positive role, because we really do want the department to succeed. I don't know anybody who doesn't. But just maybe think about how we do business a little bit, because we're all subject to not being the best every day, right? And it's okay to be challenged.
Excellent points. I see, Lois, you have your hand raised.
No, it's interesting. I was thinking the same thing about how we want, when you think about our children or those children that we support, and how we encourage them to be challenged, so that they can become critical thinkers and can become the best person that they can. And I think that that's one of the things that is important for us as we think about this relationship, is how can we help DCYF be a better organization? And, you know, it's just like, when your child's learning how to walk, do you move every obstacle out of their way so they never learn how to climb stairs or to go around things? Or do you allow it to be there so that they can learn how to be an overcomer? And I think that that's one of the things that we haven't really done in our relationship, or when someone does ask the hard questions, another member of this board will jump in and speak on behalf of the agency. So it'd be really nice if we could allow DCYF to answer the questions without members of our board feeling like they need to jump in and speak for them.
Thank you, Lois. And actually, that point came up in a couple of the meetings I had, one-on-one meetings with members. So just want to point that out as well. It seems like we're kind of wrapping up here. And yes, Ben.
Do any of us have any idea what they're going to do about it? There are lots of options on the table, I'm sure, but I think they did an excellent job of identifying what the problem was, staffing building more secure facilities? Are they going to revamp their training plans for the people who are responsible for youth in custody? I'd love to be able to understand what they're going to do so we can publicly support it. Did any of that come out in the conversations following our meeting?
Yes, so broad brush, they have identified another facility, and so there have been tours of that, but I don't know if the co-chairs who've actually, I think you may have toured it.
On the docket right now, and there's not been a decision made, but there was, and there is the conversation of how do we deal with the overcrowding at Green Hill, and what does that mean in particular for our emerging adults, in particular 18 to 25-year-olds, which because of our JRA legislation has them stay into that adult and in the juvenile facility as opposed to the adult. And you heard what started this all was the movement of 43 young people into Department of Corrections. So the conversation is really around facilities, as you said. And right now, the exploration is looking at a separate space within Stafford Creek, which is a DOC facility. But if it were to happen, it would be run by DCYF, although it may be inside the gates of Stafford Creek. And the only Department of Corrections individual would be the person who ran the electronic fences, and that's one body. So right now, really thinking about what programming opportunities would look like, and what also needs to be in place in order to think about. And then the other conversation is how do we think about adjudication in our county systems? Because what I learned very early on from Judge Bridge was that the juvenile system really lives in our cities and counties, and only until a young person's been adjudicated do they show up in Echo Glen or Green Hill, and 30 days right now is what brings them there. And is that really what we want to do, or do we as a legislature and me as a chair of Human Services want to continue to think about what are those kinds of prevention supports and services we should be giving to young people to keep them out of the system in the first place, and what supports we provide families that they need in order to support their young people, and to keep them out of the system as well. So I'm kind of looking at all sides, and we're getting close right to legislative session, so we'll see decision packages. We just had a conversation yesterday on capital budget in the Senate, and I'm certain House is doing somewhat of the same kinds of things. So, but we are really bound by, at least legislatively, by a session, so we can plan everything, but can't really do until session starts. So that's kind of what I could share with you from my perspective, and I know Barbara's part of the conversation too.
And I can add to that. DCYF, with the governor's support, is moving forward to open a DCYF operated facility at Stafford Creek. And the reason is that we have a crisis right now. Overcrowding at Green Hill School. Today, the population is 234. That facility is safe at 180 people. So right now we have 54 more people than should be there. That means that 54 people are being double bunked in rooms with no toilet. That's that. That building, that facility was built for very young boys. We are now currently housing young men. It's not equipped for that. So that we've been calling it a preferred option, but I think from our office's standpoint and the governor's standpoint, the other option would be to keep the status quo. And population at Green Hill, double bunk for the foreseeable future, and hope that the population does not continue to grow. Because unlike the Department of Corrections system, has 11 different facilities, DCYF doesn't have the ability to move people around. Echo Glen, as you know, provides housing for younger children, and up to, well, right now it's actually up to 17. Normally they would be moving the folks who turn 17 over to Green Hill, but we're also seeing a rising number of 17-year-olds. So Echo Glen itself is also starting to see. So we don't have any other places young men under jail. So I think DCYF, frankly, would welcome this board's support to move forward. I think the governor would as well. But, I mean, ultimately, we'll have to see what happens. I mean, right now, they are in the process of trying to hire people and expand staffing, not just at Green Hill, Upper Glen, but for JR in general, but also with an eye towards opening a facility. Developing programming for that facility with input from families, community stakeholders. And then we'll have to see. I mean, there was a court hearing last month to see whether there was going to be any legal objections. The court basically said there's no legal issue right now. So until or unless the court steps in.
So there's no sight and sound requirement separate because there is a different housing.
It is statutory.
A couple words about bed forecasting. How do we know what the need is?
And I will actually, I'm glad you mentioned that, because the Sentencing Guidelines Commission, which is also now weighing in on this issue, had an excellent presentation last week by Dr. Moss Peterson from the Office of Financial Management. She gave a very good overview about what has happened with the growth in population in the last 5 or 6 years, and basically said it was not foreseeable, that rise in the population. And we all believe, and I think we all understand that the pandemic had a huge impact on everything. But irrespective of that, she said, you know, it was not foreseeable, and we're not going to be able to tell what the growth will be. I can tell you that based on my own conversations with county officials and juvenile detention folks, other folks at DCYF had similar conversations. There is no, and what we are hearing is that there is no expectation that the growth of population will flatten. I predict. All you have to do is read the newspapers, listen to the news, and you hear about carjacking. Unfortunately, a lot of serious crimes have been committed.
Senator Warren can't hear you, so could you guys talk into the microphone a little better?
Okay, I'm sorry. So, it's, you know, we know from information that's out there in news that juvenile crime is different. And that was mentioned last year. There's been a 25% increase in 1 year of juvenile arrests in the state. And unfortunately, Washington is an outlier because nationwide violent crime is actually.
Thank you. And if it's all right, I'm going to transition us to our next activity. Again, thank you for that summary and everyone's excellent questions. So at the beginning, or actually more in the middle of the day, middle of the morning, I heard people talking about action items and leaving with concrete steps. And I think that's really what we're turning to now. Like, so when we leave here this afternoon at 4 o'clock, where are we going? What are we going to do? Who's going to do what? And Nicholas is writing furiously in the back and with a special eye towards decisions and action items. But I've asked Claire to co-facilitate this with me. And in your agenda, this is starting at 1:20, discussion current priorities. And I just want to point out, it's actually right behind you. We'll probably use the whiteboard, but some questions which we can use as a part of this exercise or not. But, you know, vision and goals. What are our long-term goals? What about next year? Current challenges. What are our biggest challenges? If addressed, what would have the most significant impact on success? Stakeholder needs. Who are our stakeholders? What are their most pressing needs? How do we align our priorities and our stated outcomes with their expectations? And then looking at potentially impact. Activities most successful in the past, what have they been? Activities most likely to have the greatest impact now, which might help us with the prioritization question. We talked a little bit about DCYF inputs, and then we've already started kind of brainstorming over here about statute modifications that what could we remove? What makes sense now, 5 years later? So with that, I love it when people scribe. Okay. So, I mean, the first one is a big question. So what is our long-term vision for the board? We could start there, or we can make it a little bit smaller. And what key goals do we really want to achieve in the next year, knowing that, as I've mentioned, that what we prioritize now may not be what we prioritize next October. There's no wrong answers.
Well, I would have to say that this is my longest term, most global goal is that we become a group that's so vibrant and interactive that if we were to be not meeting for a year, somebody would notice. Because
Yes.
we didn't meet for a year, and I'm not sure anybody really noticed. I'm just saying.
Thank you for saying that. Absolutely. Vibrant, interactive, making a difference.
Well, back in the pandemic, we went a time there where we didn't meet very much when I was the chair, and I heard about it for not meeting. So people did notice. I will tell you that, but I hear where you're coming from, and I like I think, well, what do I say? I think that we start focusing on our goals, and get our legs under us and decide what we really are. And I don't think we're going to know that until we try some of these things that were in this one sheet here, the RCW thing, right? Let's take a look. And we've talked a lot today about different things we could try and how we could interact with DCYF and how we could interact with stakeholders and such. I think we need to do that. And maybe we should ask the stakeholders, what would you like to see from us? What do you want? Where would you, in your mind, in a perfect world like us, what would you like us to be? And listen to what they have to say, and not just DCYF, but I mean, the whole thing. And I know many of the challenges that are going on between DCYF, stakeholders, governor's office. Believe me, I heard them all, and I think we should ask people what they would like us to do, what would they like us to be. That's what I'd like to see us do, is get our feet under us, and I don't think we really know. I mean, we're throwing a lot of cool stuff out here. We got to refine it.
Right, in the service of who, right? And who's at the table, who's not at the table. And I'm still grappling, believe it or not, with the simple question of who exactly are our stakeholders. So those early learning, people experiencing juvenile justice, juvenile rehabilitation, those families and children served by the child welfare, system, people who are providing services, those sorts of things. So really thinking about who are the stakeholders.
Right. But I think the thing we forget, I'm sorry, give me a second, Ruth. A lot of what we deal with here, I mean, we deal with foster kid issues, right? And we deal with child care issues and these things, but we forget in the early learning things, okay? But early learning really doesn't exist without the child care folks. The foster program doesn't exist without the foster parents, and they are part of our stakeholders. And I think they all don't feel like they're being listened to. And let's listen to them and see. They all have an opinion, or and let's see what they have to say.
I agree about those stakeholder groups. Yes, Ruth.
So we've seen on a number of these lists workforce, and I think that should be where we start.
Mm-hmm.
Is talking to the workforce and trying to really highlight what things have improved and what the ongoing frustrations are, or new frustrations, and try to understand exactly what some of the suggestions we could make to improve the working environment for our caseworkers and licensors. Because they're the ones, and they're the ones who carry out the work. And, we all know that child welfare, if you lose a caseworker, you're adding, at least 6 months to a kid's time in child welfare. And if they have multiple I mean, it just, the caseworker is the key.
Experientially, how does that happen, and where does collective bargaining fit into the oversight board's role
It doesn't.
related to? Correct, but when, so when we talk to union and those things, oftentimes issues around pay and workforce and those things come up in those conversations. But those are also collective bargaining agreement conversations, not conversations we, as an overnight, we can hear. But again, it's the challenge of how do you take that? And I, you know, because it's an issue. And when we look at, especially right now, what's happening in JRA, there is a big difference in the, I would say the challenges that staff are experiencing now, different than what they used to experience. But again, when we talk about that in our role, when we talk about, is our role to help figure out how to do more recruiting and get more folks in the workforce, or is our role about collective bargaining? Because when we talk
No.
about, and I know that, so what is, so when you, I guess I would love some clarity on what you mean by that when so much is bound in that kind of a negotiated agreement, if I make any sense of it.
Well, I think it's things like support for caseworkers, like we heard from caseworkers on the oversight board about when a tragedy happens and they don't get support. It's how cases are counted, you know, to really find out what are the real caseloads of CPS and child welfare workers. What are, I mean, when I was working on this bill, the barriers that caseworkers faced in terms of dealing with just inputting in the computer system, it was just really awesome. And, you know, have any of those things been remedied? You know, are there? Right, and I know it's very in the weeds, but I think looking at the workforce and what challenges they're facing outside of collective bargaining, which we cannot obviously impact, but there are a lot of things that can change internally in terms of policy and procedure. Ben certainly knows that. That would improve the ability of the caseworkers to get their jobs done.
So Bruce, I have a question. So using that example. What would the board do with that information? So using the example of how cases are counted, would the attempt to address the issue include a conversation with leadership at DCYF? Would it include potential legislation if needed? Would it include, you know, asking for more funding through the governor's office or through legislators?
Well, I think it could be all of the above. I certainly, you know, I think we should have some meetings with the workforce, and I would start with child welfare. I think, as you mentioned, a lot of people are in the juvenile justice arena right now, and I'm not sure that adding our voice would be that helpful at this point. But I think, you know, it was one of the initial focus areas of creation of the department. And yes, I think we should hear from leadership in the department, but most of all, I think we need to hear from the workforce. And then, you know, our job is to make recommendations to the governor and to the department and the legislature.
So after hearing, during that crisis moment, we felt like they were politics. And, letter from the headquarters, knowledge of the work that actually gets done as part of the leadership. Made me wonder, how often do they reach out, do surveys, focus groups? Do they check the temperature of their workforce? If they do, we could be a University of Washington did a exhaustive sample of frontline workers. We talked to 1,000 individual workers. It was a research project, but it was handled jointly between us and the leadership. So it doesn't mean that we have to do it independent of them. I think they would hear from their workers a lot, but if there is some sort of structure to a regular sampling of their workforce, so we could potentially make recommendations for pay levels, legislatively approved ratios for standards, for example. I know of 3 workforce studies that have been done in 14, 17, and 2 years ago. There was another one that was done by CDC to measure all the things that workers have to do. And one of the things that I hope they're paying attention to, how much direct service time in a worker's life actually goes towards interaction with a family, as opposed to a lot of other stuff. Very small, about 14 to 17%.
So maybe we should look at that survey.
I'd like to see I've asked a couple of times, I'd like to see the last workforce. I know that it's been done by CPC, I just haven't seen it. But what we don't want is just doubling the workforce in order to do a lot of things that aren't moving out yet. So that, I think that's an area where we can be very influential.
I'm just going to mention one thing, and then Lois, I'm going to you because you got your hand up. But looking at those surveys is in our statute. So we should be doing that. And that would not be reinventing the wheel. We would just be getting that information from them. Go ahead, Lois.
And what I was going to suggest to add on to what Ruth and Ben have just shared is, the workforce, but as well as looking at contractors. What we had talked about that at one point. I know when we made our field trip, to be able to talk to people that are doing the work, that's part of what we are supposed to do. So that should be across the board with, contractors through child welfare, to be able to ask that department to have a survey that we can then make recommendations. I think it's the same with the early learning as well as JR, to be able to hear what people are saying on the ground so that when we do make recommendations, they are rooted in what the public would like to see different. Because I also think part of our role is to be a change agent, right? To be able to, again, support the department and being all that it can be to be able to provide services to our families, children, young people, and all those that are connected with the agency.
I really like the ideas that are being shared about kind of lifting up surveys that have already taken place or focus group data that we already have, because so much of the annual report currently as it exists is the data, but it's already been analyzed in various sources and it's just pulled together as a part of a compendium, right? So, I mean, we are in the place where we can really showcase some of these things that people are interested in and make these recommendations that might have greater impact.
And I would just say too that I think we have to be careful about putting too much weight with anecdotal reports. I think we really have to think about broader surveys. And when we think about stakeholders, where I get a little hung up on is who is our stakeholder and how do we get balanced representation in the stakeholders that we're hearing from.
I was just going to put out, I met just the other day with folks from Evans School of Business at the U, and part of what they can do and what they could potentially help us do is exactly what we're talking about, is really looking at caseloads, looking at those kinds of things, and do some digging and some research into that, and would be happy to work with Lisha and connect with the dean, who has been and always is looking for ways that they can support the work and have scholars be part of that, but also understand that we don't have the fees and the funds to do that, and so are willing to help us figure those things out. And I've been trying to figure out where's a good place to start, and this would be an awesome place for us to start as far as from that, as you said, Tom, that 30,000 or 50,000 foot view and where the gaps are, and especially as we look at, you know, you're talking workload and you're talking about FTEs and what does that really look like and who does that include? I just think that might be a really nice way of having a real true landscape from an outside observer, that's really a data collection and could give us a really nice picture of a place to start.
Well, and I'm wondering, could we pull that even a little bit more and utilize that connection or something else? And ask the department, how are you assessing all of these different things? I know they're using caregiver surveys. How are you doing your workforce? How are you listening to parents who've experienced? What do you, like, just even like, what are you?
Well, and that's part of their conversation is because they're replicating and duplicating so many conversations and so many presentations, because there are so many places that we don't know. And that's the question, do we need to duplicate that or do we need to connect into what is already happening? And if it's not, to me, that's the hedgehog. That's where we step in, is where is it not happening or not happening in a way that's giving us information that is useful, that we can do something with, but worthy of exploring.
I'd like to underscore something, and that is that when we're talking about the welfare of child welfare workers, we're actually still talking about outcomes for families, because time to permanency is definitely affected by every single change. And if we can reduce the number of changes, then you increase the speed with which people return to their families, right? So it isn't just a sort of an arid intellectual exercise trying to figure it out. This is directly outcome related.
I will say that we just are now going to begin to collect data on the number of individuals who are incarcerated who have children in their 10 years. We don't even know that. And so that's another piece is, is what don't we know that is beneficial. So we need to start knowing. That will help us move these preventative conversations.
One other thing that I want us to think about as we go along here is, what is the infrastructure that we need to build within our group, within the oversight board, that allows us to both gather this information and then communicate this information to the people that we need to? How does that look? So that it's not a case of, oh, we gather this information, we have these concerns, and now we're just don't know where they go. I think we need to build a relationship with the governor's office. We need to continue to build the relationships with DCYF, and we need to share this information so that it doesn't just go and we never hear about it again, but we actually get the circle, you know, they come back to us. So really thinking about that communication piece and what it's going to look like. Right now, it's sort of this annual report that happens once a year. And Barbara and I were talking over lunch. I'm not, you know, she says, I'm not sure who looks at that in the governor's office, right? So that's not helpful if we're not sure anybody's really looking at it, and we're waiting for an entire year. So having something that's maybe more ongoing.
Absolutely, that has more of an impact and is maybe a little bit more specific, where there's topical interest, right, from maybe an outside data source, you know, or group that's collecting those data.
So the governor's office last year, before you were on board, Barbara, explained to me that they felt the report that we did was redundant, that they already had the information from the ombuds and other places. And, you know, they weren't real supportive. And hence the reason that my bill on changing the membership, and they told me they vetoed the bill. Because they weren't supportive of our oversight board. And I said, well, I'm sorry, but I am. I'm very supportive of it because of what we talked about earlier. And I think it's just, and that's okay that they don't believe in that. But I think we do. So it's just, I think the report, I think really probably we should look at, and this was suggested to me by the governor's office, that we should look at maybe the oversight board needs to be in the legislature, not the governor's office. And I did talk to, you know, folks in the legislature about how that would work, and that would be a challenge to sort that out. So, but we also know that, you know, we're going to have a new governor here soon, and whoever that might be may have a different view, and I think it's fair to talk that over with them. But I do think reports I know for me in the legislature, we get so many reports that, do I read them all? You guys know the answer to that, right? So, you know, maybe we should think about what our report should look like and how, if we could make them more concise and, until we kind of get our feet under us. Like I said, we need to get our feet under us a little more.
You know, the other thing we talked about was, I've been working with a new ED, of another commission, and one of the things that she started doing was sending a Friday, email, just saying, because we were talking about there's much more that these two folk do than just us. There are other pieces that take place every day, and people might wonder, what do they do every day? Well, they do a lot of stuff, but we don't really know what that is, I don't think. And so I know Lisa started to do just a weekly thing, and with that, links to our news articles as well as things that were happening within the agency and such, to keep the commission abreast of kind of the movement and the conversations, who she's met with and all of that. And I think as a board member, that is a helpful thing, and it's not like it's just a short email, but it's kind of like a Friday every 2 weeks or whatever, but a way just to keep us abreast of what's going on, so we don't wait a year, or come to a meeting and really have no idea what's happened between now and then. And not that we have to get into the day-to-day operation, but as a support of the staff, it's helpful to know kind of what they're dealing with on a regular basis, and I don't think we actually always know that, so.
Well,
And not to make more work for our executive director, but to help both of them help us.
right. I think one of my takeaways from being in the co-chair position was I had no idea what was going on behind the scenes. As the board member sitting on the board, you know, you would come to the meetings, and you knew that they were working because you'd get these missives from Krista on occasion, for example. This is before your time. But you really didn't understand the scope of what was going on. And then when I became co-chair, I was suddenly aware of, wow, there's a lot you guys are doing that the board members probably don't really fully know. So I think that would be a great idea.
I like it as well.
Sounds like we have another priority that we suggested, and that is to think very strategically about the transition in the governor's office as well, see if we can improve relationships if that's necessary. I don't know, I'm not involved in all the backroom conversations, but if that is the case, we have another opportunity, just like connecting up with new leadership at DCYF, we can connect up with new leadership in the governor's office and find out if there's anything we can do to improve the flow of information. We don't want to work on reports or things that aren't useful.
So do we understand what the basic gist of why they weren't supportive of the oversight board? Or is that too much to get into today?
That might be a longer conversation.
Okay,
I'd be glad to engage with that.
okay, that would be helpful.
But it's a longer conversation.
I think there was a real, almost antagonism because of perceived faults of the bill, with the separation of powers. And when the first report went to the governor's office, they were not going to let us release it because the governor's office, you know, it wasn't a product of the governor's office, it was a product of the. So there was this ongoing power struggle about, you know, I shouldn't be in the governor's office to begin with. It was really problematic, and I think it had a lot to do with staff.
Just to add on to that, I've had some conversations with the former ED, and I think perhaps her perception was that for some of those initial annual reports, the recommendations maybe were not completely in line with the governor's policies, which caused tension. So. So for priorities, we have workforce and using some high-quality existing data, partnering with other groups that have the resources to collect those data. And And then also the transition, you know, really building relationships with the governor's office, as well as within DCYF with the new secretary. We don't need to walk out of here with 20 priorities. I hope we don't walk out of here with 20 priorities, please. But is there something that's kind of percolating to the top for anyone?
I think the word is relationships. I think that's a priority, to build relationships with the governor's office, with their stakeholders, with DCYF, with each other. And I mean, that's all part of getting our feet under us. And if we do a retreat next year at this time, I'm hoping we'll really be able to sit down and pinpoint where we want to go and what we are, you know, and do it together, which is where we should be. And, you know, so much of what we've talked about today, we haven't talked about in the last 5 years because I haven't even thought about it, right? And but that's the growth of this board.
I'm also wondering, what are some challenges that we should be thinking of? You know, I'm a new ED to this role, but, you know, what are some challenges when I think about building these relationships that should be on my radar, perhaps, or be on all of our radar?
For me, coming into this, we have this interim period of time, and then we suddenly have session in January where things get a little bit wild and crazy, and I'm not sure kind of the role of the Oversight Board or the work that happens during session, and is that the same, different, or other than happens when we're not in session? And for me, I know availability is very different, but I don't know what role the board has played in our legislative session. I don't know, other than having a meeting, and what is appropriate and what isn't appropriate, and what the board should or maybe could that they've not done related to legislation, testimony. I mean, some of us have that opportunity just because of the seats we hold, but everyone here, I think, is an expert in their own right, and the board is one way, but how do we, I guess, elevate those voices? I don't think we would represent the board, we would represent ourselves, but represent ourselves as someone who sits on the Oversight Board. And I don't know if that's ever been a role or a conversation. I don't think in my time as a chair, I've had anybody come and introduce themselves and speak to anything as a member of the Oversight Board, in any kind of official or unofficial capacity, and I don't know whether that might be something that could happen. I don't know.
Well, the board was established to be advisory to the governor and the department.
Okay, then that's,
why.
okay. And so that's the other question then, is like, who are our customers as we think about this? Is it DCYF or is it advocates, and is it individuals who are seeking service? Because we don't provide service, nor can we change service. For me, we're looking for themes, and we're looking for these big things, and so part of it is how, you know, being very careful about what we're asking for, from whom, and then how do we use or not use what we're getting? Because anyway, that's always a wonder for me.
Yeah, and I had a question about that too when I was talking with Diane earlier. Is there potential for a role in the legislative arena? And if in fact one of the roles of the board is to advise the governor, I would think that one aspect of that is to suggest legislation or suggest changes in the law. That is part of advice. So that's just something I would suggest.
Lois, thank you.
Sure, I think one of the things is, just pointed out, you see, it was hard to adjust there, Senator Wilson, but I'll try. So one of the things that Claire just pointed out is the importance of, but regardless, we need to be transparent, and as we want all the above to be able to come to attend. And so one of the things I think we should think about is our meeting times, so that we can ensure that we have alternate, so that maybe some might need to be in the evening, maybe, you know, once every 6 months, one might have to be on a Saturday. I'm just thinking about if we want to be able to have community members attend, then we have to be a little bit more flexible when we hold these meetings.
I think a big challenge is something we ourselves have struggled with a lot, even today, is what is our purpose and how do we communicate that out to people? Because I think we've seen there's misconceptions of what we can and what we can't do and what we should and we shouldn't do. And so it's going to be clear communication of this is our role, this is what we do with the information, and here's what we synthesize back out. And until then, I think there's going to just be a lot of confusion, like, is this an appeals board? Okay, great, bring all this. So that is a challenge, I think.
Thanks, Katie, and it almost reminds me of what we've been doing with member recruitment is we created a FAQ sheet. Like, these are our frequently asked questions about being a member on the, DCYF Oversight Board, and this is what you need to know, and, something like that, where we're really clear what we're about, right? So we can convey that and have things that do that role, like handouts or one-pagers or that sort of thing.
Well, and maybe that's even an adjunct or something in our statement before public comment is much more clear. We cannot change anything that's happened. You will not get a response from anyone. Like, I think there was a lot of confusion last time about why isn't Ross? And we all knew, but there was no way to interject that. And so just,
I think we need to read, as the person who was trying to rein in all of that public comment last time, I think it's really important that we have a more succinct statement. It gets a little wordy, and I think people aren't really listening to it. So I think we just have to have a very succinct statement about this, that we are not going to be able to comment on your testimony or your case or whatever, and that, that doesn't mean that nobody's listening. And I would specifically like to put something in there about your comments will be recorded somehow and sent over to, and just be very clear about that so people know, okay, we're going to send these comments back over to DCYF to make sure that they've listened.
Just to comment on that, Diane, that is something, that I'm currently working on and will be sharing with the co-chairs, and I'm also with Allison at DCYF. She's also very interested in that statement when they come to talk, what we'll be communicating when they're presenting as well. Microphone. I just want to, if we want to shift just a little bit, we have some priorities here. We talked a little bit about statute modifications. I don't know if we want to go back down that road or we feel like we have a good start there, but I want to make sure we're making good use of our time. Anything else related to priorities?
So one thing that continues to sort of baffle me a little bit is who truly has oversight on DCYF. I mean, we are an oversight board, but we aren't going to tell them to change a program, for example. So,
We can recommend.
right, so the governor's office is the place that has true oversight.
Well, it's not even oversight, it's authority. I mean, the legislature has oversight.
Right. Okay.
So
explain that.
There has
how
to be a
that
legislative
actually-
nexus. So in order for the legislature to be engaged, there has to be a statute, RCW, or a legislative nexus that we either want to create or change or add to or modify. And it's really, I think about it kind of like in a school district, you hire the superintendent, but anything that's under the superintendent would be what would be rulemaking and procedural more than it would be statutory. So I always just say if there's a legislative nexus, that's where for me, I get involved and engaged, but if it's below that, then it's communication and stuff, but the actual action would be taken could be taken through the governor's office or by the agency itself, if that makes sense. But for me to do something like right now with the whole JRA situation or Green Hills, you know, we couldn't do much. We could listen, we could go and all that, but legislatively, session doesn't start till January, and we had no power necessarily other than conversations with the governor and such about how are we going to deal with this. But legislatively, the nexus, I couldn't do anything because we're not in session to do it. There's got to be that for us to take it on legislatively. There has to be.
And then how do you see the oversight board working or communicating with that next?
Well, for me, as I sit on the board, I also have the value of chairing everything that goes through DCYF. So anything I hear here or anything that goes on, for me, automatically becomes part of my work. And the ideas don't come from inside my office. The ideas come from these kinds of conversations. And so myself, and I can only speak for myself, I already am meeting with all of the groups that DCYF is already chatting about, that they're meeting with as well, because I have tables that I meet with on an ongoing basis throughout the interim and then biweekly during session to make sure that we're doing the work we need to do with the input from stakeholders and from those tables. And Katie's been part of that, part of those groups. So for every, whether it's child welfare, whether it's DCS, you know, whether it's JRA, whether it's corrections, I have groups that I meet with, and that's how, you know, I do that. But I have the ability, because I sit here, but I also sit on those committees, that I can take that. That's why I think it's important for DCYF to share what their legislative priorities are, and I don't know if they've done that on a regular basis, so that we as an oversight board have an idea what they're working toward and what the governor is also supporting them working toward. And I don't know if we've ever actually, you know, seen that. What? Yeah, or do we? No, I know they're public, but does that mean that oversight board members actually know where they are, know when they come out, and know the role, or kind of how come they may be important for board members to look at? And maybe they do, I hope, but I don't know that either. Because I don't know, I've never had an orientation. So as a new board member, I come in just because I know DCYF, not because somebody handed me anything that said, here's some information about kind of the landscape, if you will, that's under your purview as an oversight board member.
Yeah, no, I think this is a really important conversation, because I wouldn't necessarily know to go to the decision package. But what we did talk about at the leadership team meeting with DCYF on Tuesday was they were talking about their 2024 priorities, and I don't believe they've shared them. And so that's one of the action items that I will be requesting. Their 2024 priorities are not, to my understanding, public. So 2024 or 2025? 2024.
Oh, 2024.
And then they said, and we'll let you know about 2025.
Those are still being worked on. I don't even know yet.
But I mean, even 2024, so we couldn't even say, what have we done, or what were they able to move forward as a package, because it's just not necessarily, I think, been something they thought that perhaps this group would be interested in.
Sorry about that.
So I can just say, in terms of that, is typically once a year, as it gets closer to session, DCYF will do a public presentation. And so the most we've been involved with that is they let us know, and every year I've sent it to the board to say, this is the date that DCYF will be reviewing their decision package to everybody. Here's the team's, information. So I do that every year. That's it.
I wonder, as we look to adding more members to this and realizing some of these members will not even know potentially what a decision package is, I wonder if it would be possible to just add a little blurb to that email, Nicholas, like super simple. Here's why you should care. Here is what this is. Here's the date and time.
I think that's, oh, I'm sorry, go on, Nicholas.
Oh, no, I was going to say, I agree. I think at any point, if anything either of us send contains something that we get a little too government-y mind on, it's very helpful to a reminder that, you know, to not just send things as decision package, but explain things more.
And I do like that as well, because we are currently, we have applicants from those individuals who are young adults with lived expertise, who I would imagine that a lot of this is a new world for them, similar to how it's a new world for me, like the legislature and the governor's office. And so really actually having kind of a protocol and processes for, you know, making sure that they can be successful with the board, right? That's really important to me, that they come on and they feel empowered and feel comfortable within this group of experts, that their expertise is just as valuable. So that's something that I'm, yes, absolutely thinking about, and how we can do that systematically.
I'm just, I'm a little bit of a broken record about this communication piece, but I think sometimes it might be apparent to you, those of you who are in the legislature, in terms of where the information ends up. But so here's my question. If we identify, say we do our workforce surveys and we identify, say, 5 concerns and recommendations, or where, and we send that to DCYF leadership, we send it to governor's office, and then do we also send it to the legislature? And who would, do we at that time decide who we would send it to? If we identify concerns, what are we going to do with those concerns?
I would say that the chair of the House committee, chair of the Senate committee are both sitting on.
But that might not always be true, right?
So,
But I would say that, that it would be usually it's leadership from both chambers, and it's the chairs of the committees that are impacted by whatever, goes on. Oftentimes it goes out on an email list to all reps and all senators, and for me, first thing I'll do is see if it has anything to do with any purview of work that I'm working on. Second thing I'll do is look at the executive summary first and only usually, unless it's something that I'm going to dig deeper into or have under my portfolio. So, but I get a lot of things as chair that does not go into this huge email list. So it's, yeah.
Maybe one of our thoughts is we're always
Absolutely. And as someone who's published in the past, before I write anything, I always think about where's it going, right? Because that helps me set up what I write. I also see that Lois, I thought, Lois, you had your hand up. Perhaps I was mistaken. Okay.
I think there can also be great value to communicating, not only for us to figure out where it's going, but somehow communicating to the public, like, oh, we came up with 5 recommendations, they were sent X. And so just adding a little more clarity to the process.
Are those reports public on our website? And are they prominently placed if somebody were to look up DCYF Oversight Board, the annual reports?
They're on a sub-tab, so they're not on the front page.
And it could be maybe the latest report or something could be put prominently, so if people went on there, they could actually see. I don't know whether that's something the public has ever wondered about, but
I'm on that site every day, and I suddenly can't remember where it's at.
There is a tab for annual reports,
Yeah,
so you click on that.
Yeah,
and,
we have a tab for documents, we have annual report on there.
But I like the idea of calling it out a little bit more. And you know, someone, you know, I've been here 2.5 months, but I know something that Nicholas and I have talked about is also updating our website, because a lot of it is pretty old information, and you know, it's one of those things that kind of gets pushed to the end, but it's so important because it's public facing and it's how people understand us. So I want to call that out.
Diane, when you're talking communication, my other wonder is, do we have any kind of social media presence? And would there be a reason to have a social media presence? Again, we have to think about who our customers are and the why. But if there is, I mean, if we are going to engage customers and consumers, then we have to think about the who and the what. But if we're going to do that, then we've got to figure out how it is that we reach out. If we're not going to use groups that are already currently existing, I'm not suggesting we do that, but you know, social media is, and has been a way to get information out, especially if there are challenges. And we want to hear from boys.
I think it's an important comment, especially when we think about your equity considerations, right? So, you know, those folks that may be underrepresented or underserved, I mean, that's, you know, they may be interacting with social media more so than those people who are at the table. So I think that's an important thing to think about. Well, I will just, if we feel like we're at a good place, I'd love to do a summary of some of the priorities we came up with and just get any feedback from you if, for example, I got it wrong or there's something more you'd like to add. I think this would be a great time. I know Nicholas has been writing down action items left and right. So thank you, Nicholas. I'll just start over here since I can read my handwriting. So priorities, we talked about workforce. So improving the workforce and starting with child welfare. And then really the point was made, Ben, you made the point that when we support our workforce, we see better child outcomes. So it's not a frivolous, idea that if we really want better outcomes for children, youth, this is one way to do it, research suggests. And then we started talking about, okay, well, what's going on? So counting real caseloads. And then we were also kind of cautioned about challenges that are happening, but also being aware of collective bargaining. And then, things that we are interested in knowing, like how the workforce is doing. So temperature checks, surveys, focus groups. You know, can we be thought partners with these existing data, like people who have collected them? And so it sounds like there's a CBG survey that is currently.
The survey is comprehensive.
Okay.
It was advocated for by the legislature funded it.
That's great. And is it something that happens periodically, or is it a one-time?
It happens occasionally.
Okay.
And this one happened, I believe it was 3 sessions. I've never seen the result, but I do know that PCG, public, what do they call it? It's a public consulting group.
Okay, public
And
consulting group.
they responded to the RFP and got the contract. So but I haven't seen the report.
Okay, yeah, I think that's really helpful to know. And then Claire mentioned the Evans School and that they have the resources and are interested in collecting these sorts of data, which is great, considering our own resources internally. And then we also talked about other workforce, so just we kind of drilled down, so contractors, early learning, juvenile rehabilitation. And then a big theme came out, which is like prioritizing. We got to build relationships, especially like where we are with terms of changes in the governor's office, changes in the secretary at DCYF. And this is something that I highlighted up here. Tom, you really called that out, like relationships, so important right now, and building them as, a key next step. And it's going to be something that I think we're going to be working on for a while, right? And then Claire, you mentioned weekly updates that the LGBTQ Commission is doing. What exactly are Nicholas and I doing? You have an idea, and Diane has an idea because we chat, but like, I don't think the rest of you know, right? And I think that would be helpful, right? And so having just, some transparency there, and maybe even keeping it interesting and light. It doesn't have to be something really long, but just like, this is who we met with, this is what's on our radar, this is where we're going next. Maybe something like that. And then I believe this is where we talked about who we can give recommendations to, and if I'm understanding this correctly, Governor's Office and DCYF. And then someone mentioned, Lois, you mentioned meeting times and being flexible. If we really want to have community stakeholders really thinking about, times when we can have meetings where people who, work Monday through Friday, 9 to 5, can actually participate. And then, so some long-term goals. vibrant, interactive group that would be missed if gone. Diane shared that. I really appreciate that. We also talked. Oh, it is? Yeah. Oh, it is? Oh, it is. Okay. Okay, so without further ado, I think.
I have a question, just to make sure that I understand.
Yes, of course.
Okay. On the workforce part of this, okay, so we're not advocating that we're going to dive in and solve the workforce problem. We're talking about talking to DCYF so they can explain to us how the workforce is working.
My understanding is that a report has been made about how the workforce is doing, and Ben, please feel free to chime in. And so some of those things that people were interested in, like how they are doing with respect to challenges and emotional support, and really understanding what the real caseloads are, and then, you know, taking those data and from a really reliable source, right? Not just, you know, some sort of 5-pager, and really perhaps coming together and making some recommendations out of that. And then partnering perhaps with the Evans School to do something a little bit similar. I see, yes, Barb.
I'm going to suggest, just based on your description, I think rather than saying workforce, do we mean workplace survey? Sort of taking a survey about what's happening in the workplace? Yeah, climate and culture, yes. So I think it's workplace, because workforce to me implies that we're trying to address numbers or pay or.
I guess that was my question around collective bargaining.
Right.
That was my question around collective bargaining.
I think the challenge with workplace climate stuff is so hard to define. And it will take us back to the very conversation we had this morning, and that is we have a whole bushel basket full of things that we're trying to keep our eye on. And if we narrow that down to the things that are most measurable, maybe go over the line a little bit towards the things that we should be measuring and we're not. But when we get into workplace climate surveys, we're gonna have to pack a lunch if we're gonna do that. As someone who's worked on a lot of surveys, I can tell you that.
One of the things I was thinking of is, I would almost use this, and maybe this example, we can think about whether this is the perfect example or not, but as sort of a pilot for how we want our group to work in the future. So maybe we are picking a priority now, like we said at the very beginning, priorities may change. How we work through that may look different, but part of it is going to be looking at what data is out there. So getting the data from DCYF, right? We wouldn't want to ignore what they have. Getting independent data from maybe other sources. So it may take a little bit of looking to see where that goes, and then seeing where that kind of brings us. And then we'll probably have to distill down to what is actually reasonable and workable and what is maybe something that's not. So I kind of would look at this as an exercise in thinking about our new approach as a group. But it's not there.
And I also, the Evans School does a lot of work in this vein and probably would have some really creative ideas about how we could tap into around the workforce.
She's been waiting and waiting and waiting for a request, and I had no idea that they would even do that. So we just met last week, and I was waiting to call her to have this conversation to see whether that's something that they could really, because this is their area of expertise, and could really help us thinking about it from a systems perspective and also outside of the system, if you will, as opposed to being inside the system and then trying to figure out how to change inside out, as opposed to that influence from the outside. So
I have a question about one of our current priorities, and maybe I missed this, it's possible. Have we asked DCYF what they want from us? Like if they could wave a magic wand, other than don't be an adversarial place for people to come.
Right. So I think we started to get at that at our meeting on Tuesday. One of the things that struck me that I think probably has been shared is that they want to have the board be a place where they can come to and talk about what they're doing well. You know, there was an example of, you know, talking about DEI. So not just coming when they're in the hot seat. I think that's something that they want from us. And I think, you know, to something that Claire mentioned was, you know, I don't think they're aware that there's expertise sitting on this board, that they can collaborate with us, that we can be thought partners, right? So I think, you know, building that relationship and then, you know, really increasing the understanding of who we are as we ourselves better understand who we are, I think will help in that respect. And then allow them to really think about, oh, what can we do with you? What would be helpful? Because I think that's a really critical, I mean, they are our customer.
So is that something we could potentially brainstorm a little more on? Because right now, it's just they come, give a presentation, they check a box with us. And so I'm imagining this truly collaborative back and forth discussion where they come and say, we're wrestling with Y, Z. That's a very different meeting structure than we've had up until now.
Well, they brought up the example of, they had just had a discussion about DEI and that they would be very interested in bringing that to our group. So that might be an option for us to say, well, maybe this is one, maybe, you know, we could use that as a trial run to see whether that would work. If they could bring something to us that was not, you know, finalized, but they were looking for input rather, because we want to be in an earlier state than just after the fact. This is what we've done, and
they did that with their strategic plan.
Mm-hmm.
We did do their strategic
Right,
plan.
right. Right. But, you know, as I think about early childhood special ed, for example, and the work we do, it's like, do they have a clue who's sitting right next to me? No. And what your area of expertise is, I don't think they know that. I wrote down the IDDD caucus. I'm thinking, oh my gosh, Diane, they need to know who you are. And not that you have to spend thousands of hours or anything, but it's like to know you as a resource is huge. And so, and the same to be said for everyone around this table, you know, and so that to me is really, would be a wonderful way for us to have that collaborative kind of relationship as we're problem solving. And we gotta be honest and open, and when things aren't working, we need to do that too, but I would much rather approach it as, you know, Tom said, from a relational perspective. That's so important to me that we have the relationship so we can have those kinds of open conversations. I'm going to put out another wonder, and that is, you know, as we're talking about the union stuff, what I found really challenging is that we have union representation, right? And then we have individual members. And sometimes, and oftentimes, the individual members come and their stories may be different than what we're hearing from the official representatives of the union that represents those individuals, which makes it really challenging, because oftentimes we find it's a particular office or leadership more than it is a systems issue. And so, and I think sometimes we found that out in, like with Oakley, there were some things that were potentially happening in Grace Harbor. We needed to put resources into Grace Harbor, but it wasn't necessarily a full statewide problem, although it could very well have been. So that's the other piece to me as we're thinking about our stakeholders. How do we find that balance between what is an individual kind of cranky person who may just, you know, be in a cranky space, and rightfully so, and what is really a systems issue that is something that we need to dig into and make a change. And sometimes that's a really challenging space to be.
I agree. I think that's an important wonder, right? So I'm looking at everyone. I'm sensing that a need for a break is in the room. I want to make sure that Lois and, okay, they're looking great. So why don't we break for 15 minutes? So let's see, just come back at 2:55. Does that sound about right? Great. Thank you, guys. Really good conversation. Thanks so much. We've talked about leaving is having action items, next steps, concrete things that are going to happen. We've spent, we will have spent 7 hours here today, and what is coming from that. So we have some things kind of written up around on the walls, but I will be sharing some from memory, and if you want to fill out anything I'm saying with specifics or ask questions of the group, this is a great time to do that. And I'll be sure to also be checking Zoom to make sure that everyone's able to participate. Any questions before we begin? Okay, great. So something that I have heard is a regular meeting time. So I'm going to put, or some consistency with the meeting time. Does that sound about right? Okay, I'm going to put that up there.
So in the past, we have fluctuated initially with monthly meetings, right, Nicholas? And then we went to every other month because monthly meetings were not as well attended. Is that correct?
That is correct, yeah.
So are we thinking maybe every other month would be the most rational kind of full board meeting strategy?
I would support that based on it having succeeded before, but ultimately I believe it's up to the board. Direct us and how often they want to meet. Part of it was, I think, after monthly, sometimes there wasn't enough cooling time in between meetings, and so it got kind of rushed doing it every month.
Probably harder for staff to get meetings together.
It could be more challenging, especially if multiple meetings in a row were like panel heavy. We were getting a full group of panels to present at multiple different meetings. It could be a bit much, but
We also had subcommittee. And, you know, if we have a focus area, we might want to have a small subcommittee work with staff and devise a strategy and maybe do some of the work.
And that actually was something that Barbara and I talked about at lunch. We had a very productive lunch, I guess, was the idea of having, kind of a focused subcommittee that if you're under quorum, you don't need to go by the OPM, and it might be, yes, right? Correct, right?
Yep.
Yeah. So that
Thank
might
you.
be a way of getting out to, community stakeholders and getting information and maybe a little bit more effectively without having to get the full board involved. Yeah.
That's why we had subcommittees, was because we wouldn't have to follow OPMA, and it was much easier lift. Ultimately, we canceled subcommittees because people stopped showing up.
And what I remembered is that was because there were ongoing subsidies. If we had, like, say, we're doing the workforce, and we had, okay, 4 people are interested in doing that, right? And then it's a timeline, right? You're only on this for a little while.
Mhm.
Then you get a break, and then other people step in and do the next one. I think we probably have better.
Yeah, I think if we can keep subcommittees to like a time frame, that's definitely helpful.
And it was open-ended. It was child care, child welfare, JJ, and, we were all kind of coming up with our own work plans and.
The other wonder I would have is, again, and I sit on here, this is where I have a weirdness around my roles. So I chair, but I also co-chair this. When I meet on a regular basis with tables, my wonder is if there's any interest of a board member to just visit those tables that I have on a regular basis during the interim, where we talk about not just about what is working or isn't working, but what the solutions may be and what the challenges are. And I don't know whether that's too weedy in the legislative piece or whether it would be an opportunity to see how, in the conversations that go on with advocates from outside as far as finding responses, because at those tables, DCYF may be there, but there are all the other players as well. And I don't know, we could maybe chat a bit more about that, and I'm not sure how Rep. Sen is working on her work with the portfolios within Human Services, but again, they're the same between the House and the Senate. So I don't know, it rather than scheduling more, is there a way to have individuals be part of or to see kind of how things are operating outside the scope and how we're gathering, how DCYF is gathering info? I don't know, just a wonder. I mean, if anyone is interested, I always have an open door, so that would just be an open offer.
Great to know. I see that we have a hand raised.
Yeah, that's me. Thank you. And when we have regular meetings and there's legislators involved, during session, it's difficult if those regular meetings are on, say, Thursday afternoon at 1:00. And so I know when we first started this group, we would meet at 5:00 or 6:00. And I know that could be part of the discussion about making it easier for other members of outside the board to meet. But just be aware, there's a few of us that might not be able to make those during legislative session.
Okay, that's really good to know. And was that just an example, Thursday at 1:00, or is that just a no-go time?
That was an example. I
That's
think I
what I
have a
thought.
committee at one, and it's
Right.
difficult to leave a committee to go to a board meeting. So, yeah, that was an example.
Especially during legislative.
Right.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for
Mhm.
mentioning that.
Is it still realistic to have a board meeting during the session on a night meeting when we did it like 6 to 8:30 or? Yeah, is that still realistic for the legislators?
Okay, so evening sounds like could be an option during session.
Unless you don't want the legislators there,
I would never say that.
then I really do like this subcommittee idea because I do think there are smaller things, like, for example, Diane, like what you were saying about the workforce pilot, that might belong with a smaller group first, and then, you know, it goes to the larger group. So I think that sounds wonderful. And then I'll have to read a little bit and educate myself about what it takes to create a subcommittee, because I'm volunteers, yes.
It's just, we say, are you interested? And they say yes, we go, all right.
That's a process I can get behind. Great, okay. So, so this is good. So action items, consistent meeting time, evening during session, using subcommittees. And it sounds like, I still don't have a read, from people in the room. Is there a need or interest in meeting, bi-monthly, every month? I'm just trying to get a feel from the room. Every other month. Okay, thank you.
Less is more.
Very wise. Okay, another thing, any other thing about regular meetings that we want to add right now? We can add detail. We're really fleshing this out.
Are you, so we've been doing them remotely. I think, is that going to like once a year?
Yeah, that's something that I would really like to ask the board about, even right now, how they feel about continuing with the remote meetings, especially since hopefully when we get new members, they will be joining us from the eastern part of the state, and really allowing them to participate fully and making it viable. I am most certainly hoping that this becomes an annual event, because I think it's pretty important. But how are people feeling about, you know, you're always welcome to come. We always will have a physical location, but continuing with like our virtual meetings, and then maybe doing a retreat every October.
I think it would help us reach our goal of making sure we have representation from both sides. And I also know we're getting some justice-involved young people who will not be able to join us personally, but will be able to join us virtually. So yeah, that'll be helpful.
That's great. That's great.
Having the hybrid option, I think, is a good idea. But I'd like to be here if I can.
Yeah, and I wish I was here today, but some of the meetings that I do where they're hybrid, like today, it's difficult to hear certain people. And I know I've been to meetings where the speaker system's a little better than what we've got today, and I'm not blaming anybody. I know you just put it together kind of at the last minute, but make sure that everybody's able to hear both online and in person.
Thank you for saying that. That's really critical, especially even for historical purposes, for the recording.
Right.
So it's just,
Right.
it's absolutely critical and key to your participation.
Yeah.
And thank you for hanging in there. I know how hard it is when you can't really hear to try to stay engaged with a meeting like this. So thank you very much.
Tom won't let me leave.
You've been here from the get-go.
Yeah.
We're very appreciative. Okay, so any other thing about meetings before we move to another action item?
We had talked about revising the statement that we read before public comment.
So not only revising it, but making it more succinct, I think, was also a request. Thank you for bringing that up, Katie. Any other thoughts about meetings? Okay, another action item that I have some in my mind, but I'm curious, what are you thinking about right now? What action items?
I'm thinking that when we're all in the room, we engage better. And it makes it more productive, and we work on, go back to the word relationship. That's also how we build relationships, is because we're all in the same room. The request would be, I know that everybody can't always make it, but if you can make it, let's try to make it in the room.
Could we identify 4 meetings a year, start ahead of time?
Well, I think the meeting down here would be, a good candidate because the 4 legislators are here. And, you know, the rest of us could have, winter, I know. But at least you got this core of the 4 legislators here.
What do you mean during the session?
And we can still have the hybrid option, and I get that. I
Yeah.
just know that if you can make it, it's just so much more productive, right? So,
Agreed, the relationship piece, building those relationships. Thanks for mentioning that. Other action items that people are thinking about.
Getting a hold of, whatever studies or employee surveys or other, existing documents the department has. I know OFM does an employee survey. So things like that to really try to gauge where the workforce is. It's the whole thing of accessing what exists, or we spend a lot of energy gathering new information.
There are also caregiver surveys out there
Right.
done.
Does the Washington State University does that?
I think so.
And they analyze those data.
Lois has her hand up, like.
Hi, Lois.
Thank you. I also think looking at what other states are doing as well is an important piece as we look at reinventing ourselves.
Yeah, I think there are states that are really doing some innovative approaches with workforce idea.
I really like that, Lois. Why reinvent the wheel? You know, maybe there's some high-level themes that have come up in other places. Maybe they're similar with this population here in Washington State. Maybe not. So, but, you know, building on what's already out there or seeing the gaps. I like that a lot.
I think that's helpful too in terms of sort of evidence basis too, right? So that other states may have already created a process that's very evidence-based, and we can glean from that, using that evidence.
Okay, looking at the pilot, and so we did talk about the existing data. Ruth you mentioned that, and we have some notes up on the board. Yes.
I was just wondering whether WFC might have some data too related to climate and culture and DCYF. I'm not sure, but just thinking about the challenges that have been over this last session and such when we're talking about workforce, and don't know whether they're about climate, but it would be, again, a potential source if there was some information that they could share with us around the challenges that workforce is experiencing. Just to wonder. Yeah, that's what I'm just thinking. There just may be some, I just know it's been a conversation, right? And there's been a lot of challenges.
I'm sorry, can you clarify WFC real quick for me?
The union that works with our state employees, of which is DCYF. And so, again, as a collective bargaining, you know, they're concerned about the care of their employees as well. And I know, especially with challenges that came past during the pandemic and past, and shortage of his employees. I'm just curious whether they may already have done some of that kind of climate and culture that we could also tap into, just another source.
Great, thank you.
And of course, with balance, we should definitely find out from DCYF what they're planning to do. I'm sure it's high on their priority list about dealing with workforce.
I do know the Office of Innovation and Accountability is so interested in partnering with us, and so it's just so important to me to talk about building relationships, that we have a very strong relationship with that group, and so really making sure that if they are doing work in this area, we can partner with them and, really think about what is already existing or what will be coming so we don't duplicate their efforts.
In terms of another concrete action item, I don't know if you want to report on the new appointments potentially to the board, and are we going to be able to get those done before the new governor gets in?
That is a really good question. So we currently have 6 applications in. Nicholas and I will do the first review, and we have one waiting, unfortunately, that needs to be pulled by Ambar. And then my understanding, just in terms of process, is that we may do reference checks, we may do some quick interviews. We've actually had the good fortune to talk to a lot of these people, and then these would go along to you, Barb, for your review. So my goal has been, this is like priority number 1, and trying to do it before, we have a transition in the governor's office. And Barb has been very supportive in this effort, so I very much appreciate that.
Can you tell us what positions?
Yeah, so we have the lived expertise young adult positions, so an individual with experience with juvenile justice, and then an individual with experience with the foster care system. We have a judicial representative. We also have a person who's at an organization in the best interest of the child. We have someone who is an expert in racial equity and diversity, equity, and inclusion. I'm trying to remember who else. I don't think we have the judicial candidate, but we have law enforcement, yes. And there's a tribal position. Thank you. Yes. But I have Nicholas and I created a lovely FAQ sheet that I'd love to share with you that lists all the positions, and so and would be thrilled if you could circle it among other friends, colleagues who have lived expertise.
As a potential item to discuss for future, the communication guideline, that could be another subcommittee discussion. Just initially upon talking about and thinking about it, we have a Gov Delivery account, which you receive our newsletter from, but only utilized when we're announcing a meeting. So we do have a newsletter option that potentially could be used more. We just don't because other than we have a meeting upcoming. So there are other ways other than just an email we could be more interactive.
I think that's great, Nicholas. So thinking about communication planning, dissemination, what outlets, social media, exploring that as a potential outlet.
It could be, if you put me down there to make it, solidify the connection, the executive director of the Oversight Board and so, that would be a action that we could. Oh my God, we could just.
My favorite action items have a name attached to them, so thank you for stepping up. I appreciate it. Okay, so that connection, which I think I'm super excited about as well. So there's dissemination, and part of that I heard is also really letting people know who we are, what we are about, because not only was there some confusion within our group, but outside our group. So,
Updating the website too.
yes. Other things related to the communication plan.
Once the new governor is established, I don't know if that's not real, a little bit more.
Mm-hmm. So relationship building. But I think it needs to be on our radar.
And in relation to that, if we wanted to pursue sending a letter to the governor's office outlining what maybe would be a good fit for the role, that's something that we would probably need to start drafting sooner than later. So that would be a solution for relationships, if that's something the board wanted to pursue.
I don't know if this would fit under communications or where it would fit, but some sort of, welcome to the board guide, particularly as we are looking to involve people where a lot of this might be new concepts, or even how to be in a meeting, like with all the.
Yes, how do you like be a successful board member, feel comfortable, empowered, ready to, you know, and be supported? It's not like a one-time thing. It's not like an introduction and then we're done, right? So, so planning, so I think that's pretty immediate. New member orientation and support.
You're establishing your own communication strategies.
Yes, so my primary contact is Allison, and we meet with her currently once a month. I don't know if that's enough, but that's kind of currently the cadence. There's a standing offer for coffee. She's near Seattle, so hopefully that will come to fruition. But it's really been my connection that Nicholas and I have with Allison, and also with Office of Innovation and Accountability.
Who is head of that now?
Sarah Veal. So Vicky Ybarra is no longer, and it's Sarah Veal. She's a PhD, MPH. Okay, so we have meeting times, a lot about meeting times, which I really appreciate, some really concrete details, looking at the pilot of workplace culture climate using existing data, also making some connections. We have an action item that has Claire's name assigned to it. We've also talked about the communication plan, dissemination, who we are. Something that's pretty critical right now is new member orientation and support, having, you know, actually something written down, so it's not even just a verbal, but so it's like a verbal and written introduction, and, you know, what you need to know to be a board member. And I think that's so important from people coming from all walks of life, so that they can feel, again, really empowered with this group and comfortable.
You can put me down to support that last one.
Okay.
Help with it.
Yet again, thank you, Katie. Wonderful.
You know, I'm wondering, as we do, especially new member, if we have new members of the board, how we would let others know that. And even as new members have come on, we may know that, but do we ever do anything like in a communique to legislative body? This is our oversight board, especially if we've got, we're able to fill some positions we haven't been able to fill. And with the new leadership and stuff, it may be a chance for us to kind of launch the board and do a 1-minute bio or whatever on the expertise of the folks on the board. And again, just to make it more public. Because if you don't live in DCYF, you don't really know, and it might be another way of just communicating who we are and what our purpose is.
Absolutely, and, there's a very purposeful reason that the membership, were selected, and so I think, that's a way to help understand us a little bit better. And then how would people feel with some of the new members doing like 20-minute meet and greets, like virtually? Okay, so I think, I know if I go into a room and I've never talked to someone before, it's a little intimidating, but if I've chatted with you about, how you like to spend your weekend, it's a little easier.
I think if you're gonna do that, you might pick like board members
That's what I'm
per,
thinking.
like, so that we're
Yeah.
not like all meeting every new board year. I
Yes.
think that would be a hard.
Pair up,
But pair up, maybe a couple people,
yes.
so they have at least a couple faces on the board that they recognize.
That's a great idea. Nicholas, I know you've been writing, I think you've written 15 pages today.
Oh,
Any other action items that you're happy to see that kind of rise to the top?
I mean, that definitely covers most of it. There's a lot of stuff that's like down the road, just a scooch, but I think it captures it well. One thing we didn't discuss that is like a next step action item that I don't want to lose sight of also is staff has been working like incredibly hard on a legislative report, so that is also an ongoing active next action item we are doing.
There's a due date on that one, is there not?
There is a due date of December 1st, and I think, it's always good to give an update on that. We were fortunate to get data actually this week, the final data from the Office of Innovation and Accountability. Given where our next board meeting is, it's on the 14th, I have promised the report to the governor's office on the 21st. Unfortunately, that is not enough time to meet the December 1 deadline. So, so it's much too short. They need 3 weeks, especially with a holiday. So I have alerted the governor's office about that, and they also so we have a budget person review and we have a policy person review, and asked for any guidance that they might have for us, because I'm sure we're not the first people who've been in this situation. So have not yet heard back, but we'll be following up. But very much aware of the very real December 1st deadline. And just as a preview, really thinking about Sarah Veal, the new director of the data shop, really would like us to move it to March, just because it's a huge burden on their office to be pulling these numbers, which often aren't ready until October, along with their own data gathering, and just would really help streamline their office. And I do have to say, they were able to pull data for us in 2 weeks, which was phenomenal. So I'm very appreciative of the work that Dr. Wilson on her team did to get us those data. Yes, which was over here, but I took a picture of it.
Didn't we one year, we were late on the report, like a first or second year, we were quite late, I think. And it wasn't a big deal, as I recall, right?
The first year, even first 2 years, we were late.
Yeah.
The first year, I think it was at least January. But we were not in any danger of any repercussions for not having submitted.
Yeah.
So yes, that's something that Nicholas and I have been working on last week. That was a big push last week, so big priority. Okay.
This is a long session, so if we want, this is the session we should have.
Okay.
Short session, there's time.
Well, in reading the RCW, it's apparent to me that there's currently only one position noted in terms of staff. 2 positions are not noted, I believe, in the Is it two? Okay, maybe I've read an earlier one. Okay, great. Okay, wonderful. Okay, great. Thank you for that correction.
Well, you might have to pull, legislators and work that statute. Oh, I'm sharing you guys.
I already kind of have it on my little list.
And if some legislators would direct their staff to work with us, that would be helpful.
Okay, and then also with the legislative report, Sarah Veal is also very much interested in supporting us, anything that we would need from her office, because she's very invested in helping us help ourselves.
So with legislative changes, I would like you to look at the bill that we ran previous to change the positions to make it easier to fill them. If you would like to do that again, and I'd like input back, we could also probably amend that bill to do some of these other things. Yeah, it was last, yeah. So it's, and it passed. Yeah. So, but read it and see if you think of it as appropriate. We can change it. It doesn't matter, but, we were just hoping to be able, some of those positions you're gonna have a hard time filling or keep them filled, right? You fill in the position for 6 months or a year and then they go away isn't filling a position, right?
And I think some of that may be addressed, just by the early and by the relationships that have been created that are new now that weren't there last year as far as filling. I'm just gonna be really honest, because we moved 5 applications forward, 6 applications forward in a matter of 2 weeks. And we had a year where we were only able to get 3 people reseated who had already been on this board. So I think that wasn't necessarily legislative. It was perhaps just procedurally and what we were able to get through. But I am and have been keeping my eyes on it. I'm curious about what's coming out of the board so that it's potentially in alignment, but there may be some other things that that we may not be in agreement with, that we'll have to continue to have our conversations about. So, and again, we do have change in executive leadership. So, you know, what was before and what may have been a veto before may not be the same scenario, because we have new folk and we're a new group as well. So, you know, it's worthy of, as Ruth says, to do it now, because it is the session and we will have time, much more time than in. And I don't think it's gonna cost money.
Huh?
Just saying.
It doesn't cost money.
I know, but I mean, that's a good thing. That's a good thing.
That's right. I'm a fiscal conservative, remember? Remember me?
But I mean, you're just given, you know, it's something you could actually maybe do because it doesn't.
Read the bill and then call me and let me know what you think.
Yeah.
And then we can,
No, yeah, that'd be great.
okay.
And Ruth, thank you for bringing this up, and that this is a long session. I have some things that I've been percolating, so. Okay, I like how these are detailed enough that we can hit the ground running. I very much appreciate that. Also having some names is really helpful. I think it's okay to wrap up this section of the agenda, but I just want to see if anyone else has any other burning action items, or maybe one of these action items needs a little more clarity. Okay.
So I have another meeting at 4 o'clock
Okay, well,
over there. So I have to walk over there. And I'm chair of the meeting, so I have to be there.
you absolutely have to be there. Tom, thank you so much for coming and participating. Such a pleasure.
Thank you all for, boy, this has been, huh? Good to see you. It's been a great day.
Good to see you.
Right, Nicholas? Yeah.
Good to see you. So our next activity is going to be pretty brief. I always like thinking about improvement and how we can do better next time, doing more of what went well. So I'm going to do something called like a plus delta debriefing exercise, which basically, you know, I'm going to write a plus, and if you thought something worked really well, you just, you know, use a microphone and say what you want to say into that microphone. And then after that, or simultaneously, if there's something that we could do differently next time or other considerations, I would very much love to know that too. So I'm going to get a marker and head over this way.
Better IT system so people can hear.
It is a little hard when I've got my back to you. Right, where's the third hand? Okay, so that, I really appreciate that. Absolutely, a better IT system. We need folks who are participating virtually to be able to hear. What other things could we do differently next time? Or what was good?
I think more time for rapport building between us, because there's still, this is the first time I've ever talked to people except in a meeting, and so just finding out, why are you here? What brought you here?
I love that. So more rapport building.
What's your background?
Yeah, more just talking time, right? Relationship building. Yeah, thank you, Katie.
Well, I appreciated the fact that we had time at lunch. That wasn't for working lunch.
Okay, great.
That's probably a luxury.
Yeah, it was luxury, but so important. So thank you for mentioning that, Ruth. Oh, I see that Judy has her hand up.
Yeah, I'm trying not to cough. It's been nice not to be there because I have been coughing all day, but, and you wouldn't want me in the room with you. But, the positive that I felt was that everybody had a chance to contribute. A lot of times, you know, that doesn't happen in groups. The most outspoken will add their thoughts and then we move on. So I appreciated the fact that everybody got to contribute. You're
That's
very
great to hear.
good.
Thank
You're
you for
very,
sharing that.
yeah, you're a very good facilitator. I don't know who was going to, but you did a good job. So,
Thank you very much. It's a team effort, so thank you.
and I should drop off because I'm going to be attending that same meeting that Tom is attending at 4. And he wanted me to start it if he didn't make it there. So thank you.
Absolutely.
And
Thank you so much for participating.
we will see you all next time. All right.
Sounds great. Thanks so much again.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
I was going to say, although it was a change in plan without a facilitator, I felt like it was a really nice opportunity for us to get to know our new executive director better and to also kind of know the skills that we hired her for. And that, you know, it would be awesome, and it's great to sit at a table and have someone else to facilitate, but it's also awesome to know we did a good hire. And you can tell that by the skill set that you brought today.
Well, thank you. As I mentioned, I've had a team supporting me, so thank you. Thanks.
I appreciated having the hybrid option, even though we had some technical issues, just allowing everybody to be able to participate. And I felt like we did the best we could to make sure they weren't just boxes on a screen, but active participants. So I appreciated the work from the group to make sure, oh, they have a question.
Thank you for mentioning that. It's so, so important. Yeah. Anything else that went particularly well or you felt good about, or?
I would just have to say, it was just so nice to be face-to-face with people, even though the hybrid option, I usually take that because it's so much easier than traveling, but I think Tom really said it well. You get a lot more done when you're face-to-face.
Feel a lot better about it.
So true, so true. This has been invaluable. Okay, any last thoughts, things that we could be doing differently?
I would like a salad option.
I appreciate that, Ruth. Absolutely, that matters, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so thank you. that's feedback I'd like to hear. Thank you.
This is on the plus side, but, this particular location was really convenient for me, being on the campus, which I know, in Olympia, right off the freeway. And Friday was a good day.
That's really good
I
to
mean,
know.
generally, for the week, for me, most available day. Thank you.
Thanks, Barb. Okay, going once, going twice. We did our plus delta. Thank you all for participating, and I think it's time for closing remarks. We've reached that point.
Well, I guess that's the, co-chairs and I would just say thank you. And that we have a smaller group than we started with, but not because we have a group that isn't interested and committed. And spending a day is a long investment, so I really appreciate that. And really appreciate the honest conversation and the willingness to work through some things. I'm one that views the glass always as half full, and I know not everybody does. But I feel like, as we heard Tom say, relationships are how you make change. So first you get people to like you, and then you get people to work with you. And that's really how you move things forward. So just really appreciative of the expertise in the room and our ability to fill more seats to get more perspectives. And am anxious to see us move the items to action and kind of move forward with the next 5 years of the Oversight Board.
Well, I could probably just say ditto. I think for me, not only am I impressed by everybody's just willingness to be involved today, but I also really like the fact that we got some clarity and action items and concrete sense of where we're coming from and what we want to do. That just, I think, is terrific, and I think it was a hard day's work. My brain is tired. I don't know about you guys. It's time to go home.
And as we kind of close, again, I want to thank everyone for making the time. I know people are busy. And I also want to thank Nicholas, who has done so much of the behind-the-scenes work and is really responsible for making sure this actually happened. So huge, huge thank you to Nicholas. Definitely, other duties as assigned. Well, I hope everyone drives safely and has a lovely, lovely weekend. Again, it was absolutely wonderful to meet so many of you in person. This was really, really important, so thank you.
Thanks all. Thanks, Lisha and Nicholas, for doing a great job of making sure we were included, even from a distance.
You are so very welcome, Lois. Thank you so much for joining.
Have a good weekend, all.
Hi, Lois.
Bye-bye.
You too. Bye-bye.